Happy Friday, you guys. Let me just tell y'all, I'm sitting here on this. Never mind. Let me introduce our panelists for tonight. We have Mistaken, Inaz, HD, the AP, and Marky Mark. My name is Shan Monet, and this is a Chic critique.
You sitting on Bumble?
Mm-mm. Bumble. Mm-mm.
I don't know. What's one of them?
Why you ask me about Bumble? I do have a Bumble account though. I have Bumble and Hinge.
You got Bumble what?
And Hinge. I was told I need to get matched. Even though I'm with somebody right now, but I'm just saying I do have an account.
Do you suspend the account when you get with somebody?
How do you do that?
I don't know. I'm just curious. Like, is that a thing?
I just ignore the account. Like I ignore everything else.
What if you get like screenshot and even though you're not using it, it gets screenshot and it look away? Because I can see that happening. Like,
What do you mean?
Like, so you're not using the account to try and do nothing, but because it's out there, it'll come up like, I don't know, what's it, swipe or Tinder, right? Where you do the swiping.
Mm-hmm.
And you just on there and somebody screenshot you and like, look, here go your woman right here.
Oh, he knows I have an account. We be talking about the people who be liking my stuff.
Oh, so you opened it recently?
Yeah, I just show him like, I haven't done it. No. So in the beginning, maybe like some months ago I did, but I haven't since then. So he knows there's an account.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not.
I think you can't suspend it though. You might want to look into it.
I really don't care. Look, I'm single until I am married. So
is he watching?
Listen, even though I don't look at the account, I just need everybody to know I'm single until I'm married. Even though I know I'm loyal, he don't gotta know I'm loyal. I gotta keep him.
Watch the show.
Do he watch? Right? You just told your own secret.
No, he don't watch the show.
Oh,
he only watch it if I send the link. I don't know why. He's not a YouTuber like that.
Nobody's a YouTuber like that until they're a YouTuber like that.
Or until they get in a relationship and need to check on what you're talking about.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, I've been in the show how many times since I've been with him?
Like if I would be watching to see what the person else they say. I'm not gonna lie, because you just know you're gonna come up in a story somehow, some way. Like his ear probably itching right now.
So what is he gonna hear me say? I'm loyal. And I don't look at my I'm just playing like I do. Like what? It's not.
Yeah, absolutely. It ain't a bad thing, but I'm just saying he would hear it.
My husband don't watch at all. He like, I don't even want to know for that very reason that you said, because I know you probably bringing something up. You know how private I am, and I know you can't help yourself. So I'd rather not know because I don't want to cause no problems.
We do have a conversation about the conversation. Like I'll bring something up. Like if I want his opinion on something we talk about, or if I have an opinion about something I'm about to bring on here, I'll get his opinion before the show. So, or if I would like, I want you to look at the show and I want you to see for yourself and give me your opinion, he'll do that. So that's about
both y'all men. I know y'all be repping them hard.
Huh?
I remember one time he heard me say something, and I don't know. I think our gauge for sharing is different, and so I try to be mindful. Like I'm. He said part of my problem is that I overshare.
You do.
I'm too transparent, and I need to learn how to. And so where I think that I'm kind of pulling it in, I remember I was listening to something and I'm like, listening, I'm not thinking about him because I'm not trying to hide anything. It's not a big deal. And he heard something and he was just like, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember those moments. Yeah. And he had every right to feel that way. You did do a lot.
I did.
Sometimes stuff be taken out of context too. If you walk in on the end of a conversation, these conversations be sounding wild. You just hear a portion of it.
I was wrong. I was most definitely wrong. I have to take accountability for that. Like I was.
Y'all hear that? Oh, you hear that, guys? Y'all say this don't happen. It just happened right here. I told you I be seeing it on the regular. I just
let's get to the point. Stop with the small talk. All right, so I know this is played out, but I gotta get y'all's opinion about the little stupid list. I figured it out though. I figured it out. Listen to this. Listen to this about the Cheesecake Factory. Okay. I kind of get where it's so look at the cheesecake. Nobody can say anything bad about a Cheesecake Factory, okay? Even the Cheesecake Factory was like, what? Wait, huh? Because remember, at one point, everybody was at the Cheesecake Factory. It was the popping place. But y'all know Black folks like trends, right? It's like going to Cheesecake Factory is like wearing a Fat Farm shirt. It's just a little played out. Something wrong with the Cheesecake Factory. You'll be like, I feel like eat some cheesecake. You're like, what's up, boo? Let's go get some cheesecake. It's like one of those things you have a taste for. But if you live somewhere, let's assume they're in Atlanta, because she kind of looks Atlanta-like. There's so many places that you can choose from with the same with the same
price range,
with a different ambiance that's different. It's kind of like going to Mexico and getting Taco Bell. It's like, why would you do that? Just go to you get the same thing. It was just not a lot of thought. But it's like Cheesecake Factory is like so commercial, put it that way. I don't think anything's wrong with Red Lobster. It's just so like my grandmother with the Red Lobster.
Yeah, back in the day, Red Lobster was a spot. If your man took you to Red Lobster.
You know how Black folks like trends? I think it's just played out. I know she was looking at it differently, but I'm talking about not that woman, but I'm talking about that list that people put out. I think when you live somewhere like Houston, you live somewhere like Atlanta, you live somewhere like in New York, it's so many creative places you can go. And
you got the list?
No, would you even pull it up though? It was like Red Lobster, Applebee's,
Phillies.
Yeah. So I would say if you are a man and you are dating, right? I would just go to a nice restaurant. Like if you're driving by and you see something that looks, odd, something new, especially in Atlanta, just go in there, sip you like the ambiance, and just stick with that same one, especially if you're dating often like different people. And that way the scene, everything. You don't have to think anything of it. But it's just like, it's like a missed opportunity. Like, because Cheesecake Factory is like no thought into it. It's like Cheesecake Factory, because it's always a line out there. So people love the Cheesecake Factory. It's not like it's super cheap, because it's not. So I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just played out. Maybe that's where she's coming from. I wouldn't care, but I think that's what it is.
Like I had said previously, I think it had everything to do with your flex. Like I think how I said previously is that I think now dating is really not about the purpose of dating, which is to get to know the person, things like that. I think now it's about like what you're saying, the ambiance, the idea, the pomp and circumstance of dating. So she could get to a fancy restaurant, take pictures of the food, do all of that kind of stuff, and not really know about the person. Because if your goal is to truly know about the person, then it really doesn't matter where you're at, especially if you're into them, because your focus is going to be on that person and trying to get to know them. You're not going to be worried about the food.
Right. Because if I liked him, he take me to Cheesecake Factory, I might be like, you know what? I mean, I am at the Cheesecake Factory, but I'm gonna teach him a little something. He just don't know no better, but we're going to get through this together.
All right, ladies.
You were,
the
if
list
you like
is the list. I just lost it. There we go. The list is Cheesecake Factory, Applebee's, Chili's, Chipotle, Olive Garden, the movies, Your House, any fast food chain, Buffalo Wild Wings, Wingstop, Red Lobster, a buffet, IHOP, Denny's, the gym, church, Starbucks, coffee dates, ice cream dates, family functions, movie night, Netflix, Hulu, etc. Somewhere that requires a long drive, bowling, nightclubs, hookah bar, bar for just drinks, Waffle House, and sporting events. Keep your ass at home then.
The only one,
like everything.
The only one is Waffle House for me. Like, I think that's probably like when I first moved here from New York. So New York, well, we don't have a Waffle House, but it's IHOP for us, right? So when I came down here, I'm like, Waffle House? Like, we didn't eat there for years. I don't think my husband still, because the one time we tried to go, when we were walking up to the door, we saw a used condom. Like, and we was like,
that's
oh,
one time.
So we had never. So we was like,
get it in, boy, before you eat them waffles.
But you know who had me taste something from Waffle House was your son.
Jamal.
Yep.
Mhm.
He had me taste something from Waffle House. We were sitting in the eye doctor's and we was there for a while. He was like, "Can I just go run and grab something to eat?" He came back with a Texas bacon cheese sandwich. I was like, "Break me off a piece of that." And ever since I tasted that, that was what sparked me to let me go to Waffle House. And that's the only thing I've ever ordered from Waffle House was that one thing.
You know what's so funny? I think bowling is. I would love to go on a bowling date, but
Me
I'm
too.
also a coffee person. Like I'll just walk y'all. I'm gonna give y'all some great dating advice in a few seconds. Go ahead, Enos. I saw you take your mute off.
Thanks. So on that list, there's really only 3 things that I like are a firm no-go for me.
Mm-hmm.
Your house,
Mm-hmm.
which is also like the Netflix and chill, right? We're going to categorize those 2 the same. Family functions, because I don't know you like that. And then fast food chains, like the McDonald's, Burger Kings, Chick-fil-A's, that kind of stuff. Now, unless we're taking that to go to a picnic, but to sit down and have our date there, it feels... I would rather you take me on a coffee date than a fast food joint. I don't know what it is about that ambiance that feels a little insulting. But if it's budget, coffee is cheaper and we'll have a better time. But the fast food, I don't know. I just have a really hard time with that.
You can't knock the Dairy
I agree.
the what is it? The Dairy Queen ice cream though.
Some
Oh no, I'm
No,
okay
they
with
hit
ice cream.
different.
Ice cream is fine, but if
Ice
you
cream is
taking me
great.
to
Where's there a
McDonald's
Dairy
for a
Queen?
sit-down meal, I don't know.
We have Dairy Queens here.
Yo, just
Somebody said
ungrateful.
movies is a
Just
hard
ungrateful.
no. I love the movie.
I love the movie. I'm a movie, but I think it's just your taste. I like
Okay.
movies. Like if I tell you there's a movie I want to see, and you like, oh, let's go see it. I'm like, I'm down because this
Yeah,
is
but
something you heard me say I wanted to do.
yeah,
I
but on
was
a first date,
Listen,
but on a first date,
listen. Okay, so yes, if I've already met him. Like, so first date could be different things. It could be I met a dude in a store and I've met him. We've talked on the phone, first date. Or now if it's our initial contact, I think I personally don't even think you should be sitting whining and dining with somebody. Because first of all, I'm not giving my nights up to nobody I don't know. I ain't never met before in person. What if I get there and I'm like, I'm stuck with this dude for 2 hours eating? No. This is not gonna happen. I'd rather meet you somehow, whether that be at a park, something. You ain't gotta spend no money. Let me just meet you. Make sure I'm not getting catfished. Make sure there's an track, and then we can make a dinner date. And you don't have to spend no money. How about that? It was free of charge.
I think that's why coffee is the most logical thing, because you actually, so the movie, you can't talk to somebody because you sitting there silent for 2-3 hours.
Well, it's just not the movies. Okay, so maybe I'm thinking it wrong. Maybe like a dinner and a movie.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm just
but
saying, like, to y'all initial
movie
point.
gives you something to talk about, especially if you're not needing something to talk about. So you watch the movie and then you talk about the movie, which can lead to a deeper
Other things.
conversation.
Do y'all want to know my best date? My first date, my best first date.
You ain't get shot.
Is this with the person who you're with now?
No.
Okay.
He knows it. I told
Tell
him.
it then.
Okay,
Don't-
my bad. My bad.
What's this happening now? This one, we didn't even go. It didn't even go any further. Like we were friends. It just wasn't. But it was a great first date.
Mm.
Listen, y'all. We were friends, mutual. We had mutual friends and everything. So we have a background there. And he listened to me speak. And one of the things I told him was I like massages, right? He had his and her massages set up. It was like a surprise. He's like, oh, let me show you something. I walked in and it was like they had the tables out. And I was like, he listened to what I had to say. First date.
Did it end happily?
What you mean? I was happy and relaxed. Did you mean I had sex with him on the first day? I've never had sex with anybody on the first date.
Oh, I was asking about ending happy. That's it.
No. I was pleasantly pleased. No.
I'm feeling silly tonight, so I'm
Are you implying that I should give it up for a massage? Stop.
No. So the joke is a happy ending is when you go to a massage and then they get you off. So it was a joke about it. It wasn't that you was gonna give it up to him. It's about massaging.
Mm.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
But it was a
Yeah,
very
I
nice
think the family function situation is probably the most squirrely. I think everything else is debatable.
Mm. No, I
Where the
agree
next
with
place you taking somebody on a
Iman.
date, AD?
I agree with
Oh,
Inaz from the
that's just
perspective
What?
of a woman going to a man's house on the first date. It's very eerie situation,
It's not a
uncomfortable and
date.
unsafe. Like for me, that would make me
nowadays it is very unsafe.
unsafe. So yeah,
Especially
Still
if you
not a
don't
date.
know this person.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
have no like you, so if it's somebody you knew in college or somebody you knew, family friend, like y'all been around each other, it's kind of different. But if
Mhm.
you just met a person on Bumble, Hinge, you got to think everybody's Jeffrey Dahmer. You got to think everybody is Ted Bundy. Ain't that his name? Ted. What's the?
Mhm.
You got to think everybody's that because it's some crazy people.
Look, if
Yeah,
you meet at the crib on the first date, that shit is not a date. That's a booty call. Stop it.
it's not.
That's a
I've had
rape
no
setup.
issue
I mean,
with any woman
in
that
a
came to
woman's
the house.
mind, at least for me, that's a rape setup situation. And I
I said,
would not put myself
You should
in that
definitely
situation.
not. You should
I'm not
proceed with caution.
I'm gonna keep it real. So I'm not gonna grape anybody. But if the first time we're really having an encounter and I say, hey yo, come over, slide to the crib, I'm not trying to get to know you.
So,
Like
so
that.
I think that's where the misconception is, AP, right? So that I think even women understand is not a date, but hey, listen, my finances are a little tight. Why don't you come over? I'll cook dinner for you. Hey, I have a little setup for you, whatever. Like you can still make a date at home. You can have
And
date nights in, but on a
as a
first,
first date,
yeah, people try it.
like
Especially,
and
especially the
that's
dudes who got nice cribs. They be trying to let you see their crib so they
They
can
trying
feel
to
like they been
flex.
here and you good over there. You like, you know what I'm saying? After a few days, you like, nah, I can see why you're trying to get me to your house. Like this is kind of popping, but I've seen
Yeah,
better.
never had an issue with a woman coming to the house for a date. And I
For the
tell them
first date.
for
for
the
the
first
first date,
date.
never had an issue.
Oh.
And the reason
Never,
why I never have an issue, they'd be like, "Hey, is your room down there?" I said, "Listen, if you ain't trying to have sex, don't talk about that room. Don't even be bothered. We gonna be out here in this area. We gonna be chilling. We gonna be relaxing. You know, I'm a cook. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna relax. But don't ask me about my bedroom. You'll be all right."
You literally say that?
Yeah. I said you have no reason to know what's in that bedroom if you're not trying to be in it.
Mm.
All right, you guys. So listen.
I ain't saying it.
So I found this.
Come on down here. Hey,
You know,
yeah,
you're
let me go
not.
ahead and show
We've
you
heard
this
your
room.
story. So I find this to be true. Read it for me, mistaken.
If she likes you, she'll eat wherever you take her. If you like her, take her wherever she wants to eat. The end. Period.
I think that's kind of true. Do we all agree with that? Let me see.
No.
If
Nope.
that girl like you, she'll be like, I could just teach him.
I agree with part one of it. I agree with the first part. I do not agree with the second part. Like that second
Back
statement.
up. Put it back up. Put it
Okay.
back up. Maybe I missed it. Let me see. If she likes you, she'll eat wherever you take her. Is that true or false? I believe that's
True.
true. If you like her, take her wherever she. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get it now. Because if you like her and you just taking her wherever, you're gonna get used and abused because she might not actually like you.
Right.
Money. Was that your point, Inaz?
No, but kind of, right? Like it's within reason, right? Like sure she might go wherever you want to go, but if that's always the thing, she's going to get tired of it if that's not her taste as well, right? Same thing with him. Like it might not be as frequent as some women expected, right? It might be a once in a blue moon thing, a special occasions thing. I think sometimes with blanket statements, some people like to take it so far to the extreme that like the normal rationale no longer gets applied to it. So I agree with both the statements within reason. Like we're not pushing it to any extreme.
So why do you think?
Let me
who
pull
put
this up real quick. No, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay. So the Red Pill Ranger said, I laugh at the arrogance of every woman thinking they are someone a person wants to grade. Be humble. You ain't that desirable. That right there shows me how ignorant, and I'm going to call it as it is. That's ignorant speaking, because as a man,
You
you
don't
don't
even
understand that this is stuff that women have to worry about on a daily basis. It has nothing, rape has nothing to do with being desirable at all. It's about power and control. And so, as a woman, knowing that we cannot physically be a man, this is a threat for us. That's not something that as a man you would have to worry about. And so, your ignorance to that fact, and I don't mean like ignorant in terms of a negative, is ignorant in the fact that you would never know what it's like to be in that situation, because that's not something that you ever have to worry about at
and
the same
you
level that a woman would.
and
Pull
it's
up the
so
super
funny
chat.
because
The super chat.
it be the same dudes that be saying when she get raped, well, she should have known better. It was her fault. She should have went over there.
Mhm. Exactly.
All right,
Exactly.
push it down. So, what was the super? Let me do this, y'all. I was in the middle of a conversation. We just snapped out. Okay, that's how I be getting ADD, and I don't be remember what I'm about to say. All right, where's the super chat? What's
Okay.
this? Is it super chat? Say something or something, Marcus?
It was him responding. Up. All
A
right.
Red Pill Ranger for $5. Women have no problem coming to the house for certain men. When they like us, all standards / rules go away. Rules are for undesirables. Y'all agree or disagree?
Well, I think that people follow their it's so I think that some women chance things, and that's exactly what it is. It's a gamble. Okay. If a woman comes to your house, I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's just a gamble. She's like, you know what, la 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 la, you know. But there's some people who are just cautious. They don't want to go because they know things could happen. They don't know you like that. They proceed with caution, and that's okay.
And
Okay.
the framing of this statement is totally different than the first statement. In this statement, you said the woman have no problem coming to her house for certain men, and typically that's a man that she is attracted to and like, and may want to have sex with the guy, right? That's a whole different framing than the comment that we made and what we were referring to about trying to keep ourselves safe by not putting us in a situation that could potentially lead to that. So those are two different situations. If you're attracted to the guy, because that's what you're insinuating, women have no problem coming to the house for certain men. Those certain men are men that they're probably physically attracted to. That doesn't necessarily guarantee that she wants to have sex with him. But in that specific framing, more than likely, she would be open to it. But for most women who are trying to go on a first date to get to know a guy, going to their home is not a safe situation to put themselves in.
Go ahead, Marky Mark.
I was gonna say, I think you might agree. It kind of sounds like you kind of agree with his last point.
Oh,
Let's take it.
I do. When they like, when they like, I think that's a whole different framing. But it has
but
to.
if she doesn't know, let's just say she's not that kind of woman. She's not going to give in. She'd like to proceed with caution. And I would say, even if she does like you, again, you don't. People are crazy today. Okay. Like, you just do not know. You be that one chick, you know, and it doesn't happen very often. However, it does happen. So you want to proceed with caution. And even if, let's just say, you are taking that chance, phone a friend, let them know. I know people who take pictures of people's license plates so they can send a friend, like, look, girl, I'm with this dude. Boom, 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 boom. You know, let a friend know where you are.
So I just want to say this
Find your
to,
body.
I just want to get the red pill community that's listening raging real quick. Ladies, on them first 2 or 3 dates, don't go to his house. If you're not intending on having sex, don't go to his house.
For sure.
Period. That's the best way to make sure you keep yourself safe. Men, if you don't think that you're gonna clap them cheeks and you want to cook for her, plan a picnic. You can have real dialogue, real conversation, and a really good time, and she would appreciate it. That's my simping for the night.
No, you're simping for the night.
It's not tempting.
Why don't you have a conversation with her and find out what it is that she likes that's inexpensive? Because sometimes it's just the creativity of just listening to her words. And if she says, "Oh, I like to walk the belt line," take her for a walk on the belt line. Y'all don't know what the belt line is. It's like a trail. Take her for that's free of charge. Find something. If you have conversation with people, you'll find out what they like, other than going out to eat, and then just do that.
Yeah, I think one thing is valid about what he's saying is that oftentimes women put themselves in very dangerous situations with no care or concern. But all of a sudden, when you mention these kind of situations, now you're concerned about the potential damage or danger of the situation. Women always talking about you can't walk down the street without thinking somebody's going to attack you. But a lot of women be out to 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, in different countries, different party situations. They be out in the middle of the night by themselves, just walking, living their best life. But yet, when you bring up some of these conversations, some of the women just be like, "Well, no, I gotta worry." Listen, you only worried about it when you worried about it. But the
Well,
times
I
you
think
probably
that
should be worried about it, you're not worried about it.
I think that it depends on the person you ask. I don't think all women are the same. There are some people who proceed with caution, and there's people who just don't give them. It's people who have sex on the first night, people who don't. It's just who you ask. Some women don't care. There's a woman who just met a dude tonight, and she's at his house right now. It just depends on who you ask. It just so happens this panel of women, we believe that, hey, I'm not going to your house on first because I don't know you like that.
Yeah, but that's the difference between saying what you will personally do and what women are out here doing. That's two
Right.
different
So
arguments.
we're gonna tell you what we think the smart thing to do. What we would do, this is the smart thing to do. Because when you do anything else, it's your risk, it's risky behavior.
I agree. I'm just saying that
Proceed with
women put
caution.
themselves in
I
danger.
would tell my daughter not to do it. What would you tell your daughter? Not to do it,
I
right?
would tell her don't go to no man's house you're not trying to have sex with. And I would tell you, listen, just because you're comfortable don't mean that you're in danger. You know what I'm saying? Like
Because
you're
I
not
would
in danger.
say if he crazy, even if he take you on 4 or 5 days, he's still crazy. He can do it on the sixth.
I agree. I think people should spend more time getting to know a person before they even the first meetup. Take
Absolutely.
your time. Listen, if you gonna be with this person for a long time or a short time, listen, you need to be able to count the cost of dealing with a person. And that's the problem that I have is that, like I said before, many women put themselves in a lot of dangerous situations just because they're not thinking that they're in danger, but they be in danger all the time.
They be in danger all the time, and it's somebody got to save them. It's people who save women daily. Like just saving them, and they don't even realize they being saved. They just,
I, 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 this goes to your comment, HD. Lady D in the chat put, "We can go where we want. That is the reason they build prisons." That means you're not proceeding with caution. That is the silliest thing I've ever heard. You got to be smart. You got to understand where you're at, where you're going, who you're with, who could potentially be there. You got to understand the risks because yeah, they build prisons, but at the same time they also build graveyards. So you have to understand like what you're doing and where you're going. Like that
and
is
the risk
don't
that
proceed that way the way that suggests. Ladies, please don't proceed that way.
so okay. So Enos going because this is what's in the topic. Here we are going. Go ahead and say your piece, and then we're gonna move on. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. So I think sometimes some men overestimate a woman's understanding of what a dangerous situation is. Unfortunately, because there are so many people who are being raised without their fathers, they don't really understand the dangerous situations, right? Even to what Shane was talking about, some people saving. There was a story that came out recently. What is it? The most southern point of the U.S. And it's videotaped. It's the feed is live 24/7. There was a 911 dispatcher that had just been watching it while he was working and witnessed an assault. He was from New York. He reported the assault. And come to find out after an investigation, that young lady was being assaulted somewhere else earlier in that evening. This guy came to rescue her, only to take her to what he thought was a secluded space to assault her himself. So sometimes when something feels safe, or you think that you're in a situation where you can manage it or manage what's going on, you find yourself in a situation where it's dangerous, or your radar for what's dangerous is off. Even in other countries, sometimes the rules there are so strict, are so crazy that most people won't even bother. And their statistics show most people won't bother. So it's safe to walk around at 2 a.m. in the morning. And if you know that you're going to do it, I think there's context to both sides.
Yeah, I think it's
oh,
fair to say that, you know, you not understanding the potential danger, but also I know oftentimes people tell you and about dangers. They tell you, hey, don't do this. Hey, you might want to think about doing this. And many times men and women will completely forego all that wisdom, all that knowledge, and go find out themselves. You know, I'm not arguing that all women are like out here just being dumb and not being cautious. I'm just saying a lot of women argue, hey, they always looking around their shoulder like, hey, I just don't feel safe. You'll never have to think as a man about how unsafe the world is. Yet we're in one of the most civilized places in the world. And you go out when you want, you do what you want, you buy what you want. And it's just like, to me, it's just the argument is just a little short sighted.
listen, you're saying one of the most civilized place there is, but we can't even have our kids outside playing without an adult. Stop playing without getting snatched. Don't do that. People out here taking kids. So to think that you're off limits, stop. We're not that safe.
So I agree with both of y'all because I think this is probably the safest time in history, but it's still very dangerous. Like as men though, think about like in the inner cities or whatever, you gotta like learn neighborhoods. So you know which block is this gang, which block is that gang. You gotta know which parties you can't go to because they'll be shooting. But your general premise about this being safe is true because it's I seen the stat that said in like 1938, 10,000 people were dying an hour, right?
Damn.
We not in that space no more. So you right, like y'all
It's
both right.
safer, but not necessarily safe. Safer and
Right,
safe
right, right.
are two different things. So, okay, so does anybody have anything else to say about this so that we can go back to the topic we were talking about? Okay, and do not do that ever again, mistaken. Thank you. Please ask first. Because it throws me off.
I wasn't the one that started that part of the
Who
conversation.
did that?
I
Who did
don't
it?
know. I don't
It
know.
probably was me. I don't know. I'll take it.
You, Mark.
I don't even know. I just, I got it. It was me. Let's move on.
And I don't mind it. Just wait till we finish the conversation and go to super chat and then pull it up. All right. So listen, my whole point is saying that to piggyback on the original topic, which was the Cheesecake Factory. Why do you think, what has made women become of this? Like, what did this come from, do you think? Now it's hard to go back.
Ungrateful.
I know.
Wait.
It's hard to go back now. Fuck.
No, your question isn't clear. You mean what
So what, how did we get here?
in terms of
I-
women not wanting to go to places like
Cheesecake Factory, to Red Lobster, to wherever it is. How did we get here? Because at the end of the day, I feel like if you're not paying for something, just shut up and just go. Let him, lead the way. Like, oh, okay. And then maybe tell him, oh, this is very nice, but next, I don't know. But what made us get here? Like, what do you think? What has happened to turn women into this type of woman?
I think comparison is a thief of joy. And we have a 24/7 newsreel of the highlight reels of the most rich and famous people around. So just in contrast, we feel like we failing because we're not achieving the things they achieving and living the life that they living. Plus, you have women who are able to have transformational makeup, transformational hairstyles, transformational bodies. So now they feel they may deserve something because they got a 70-inch weave and a BBL and no waistline, and they've seen other women on Instagram with those stats be able to live a life that's lifestyles of the rich and famous esque. And uh people have unrealistic expectations in mass, like just in mass. Men and women have extremely unrealistic expectations in this day and age. There are men who think they're gonna get the perfect woman who has zero flaws that they don't have to work with, and then there are women who think they're gonna get gonna only be monogamous and be 6'9". Like this, people don't take into account reality at all in this day and age.
People are ungrateful. That's why.
Do you think so? Somebody put in the chat. Most women are users and want to use as much as they can. Do you guys think that?
I think it's human nature. That's especially now where we're at. Yes, I think that's a true statement, but I think that whoever made the statement is leaving off the part that men are too. I think men and women both use each other for whatever it is that they're after. For some women, it may be, finance, it may be protection, it may be clout, it may be whatever, whatever it is, giving me access to other men that may have more than you. And for men, it could be sex, it could be access as well, depending on the connection she may have. So I think the generation that we're in now, that it has become primary. I think that's always been there, because I think people pair up sometimes based on what it is they're looking for. But I think back in the day, it was more tangible things that were, needed for a relationship. Whereas I think now it seems very much so materialistic, very superficial, not necessarily I need you for this or you need me for this, so we can build together because I'm lacking here and you're strong here, so I'm a pair with you so you can fill this void that I have that I'm not so strong in, but then I also have something to offer because I'm strong in this area and you may not. I think now it's just so superficial across the board, where it's to the point that people are just getting together to see what they can get from the other person and use them.
So there's this old adage of like, if you can't be used, then you're useless, right? Like the older generations used to say that. So I completely agree with you, Mistaken, that it's just human nature to use each other. It's our purpose. We're meant to be in community and go off of each other, right? I think furthermore to what you were saying, it's like the evolution of survival. In the older generation, they needed to be married in order to survive. They needed to be married in order to have a family. They needed to be in community in order to feel safe, right? That need was bigger than the individual. And I think because we've gotten to a place where theoretically, right, we obviously know what the results of it are, but in theory, we don't need each other to the same degree to survive or to thrive in life. That has allowed people more opportunity to be even more selfish and overuse people. Don't think there's anything wrong with using somebody. It gives us purpose, it gives us utility. But when you overexhaust what you're taking from somebody and you're not replenishing, it becomes really destructive.
So when I first read the statement, I thought, is that a man complaining about being a provider? Because if we're supposed to be the providers, we need somebody to use what we have to provide. So essentially, yes, women are users if the men are the providers. But I feel like Inaz and Mistaken made a good point with overusing and over expecting, which is why I believe men should set the boundary and the standard for any relationship and any encounter so that when they recognize that they're being overused, they have to let them go. We got to be willing to say, you know what? I see what kind of game you're playing, and I'm not going to play that game. But I just think by the nature of us that if we're going to say we're the providers, we gotta have something to provide and somebody that's willing to use what we're providing. It's just pretty simple to me.
Have most men y'all dated had a problem saying no to you? Out of curiosity.
I would say, because I've only had like what I would say three real relationships, and I would say the one who told me no is the one
Married.
who ended up married.
Figured.
Boundaries and standards.
Yeah, the
Look,
one who had boundaries. Not to say that I didn't appreciate the other two, because I think I love the fact that they would do anything for me. My husband would too, though. But I think the difference is, one, a lack of maturity of not being able to understand the fact that that was a good thing back then, right? But now as an adult, I understand is a need for balance. And I know I can get pretty much whatever I want from my husband, but I also know that there is a limit, that he's not afraid of the word no at all. You know what I'm
so I
saying?
think yeah. I think that a lot of men today believe that the way to please a woman is to say yes and give her everything she wants, not realizing that that will backfire. And they believe that the men who are successful with women are saying yes to everything, and that's why they're successful. And that's absolutely not what's happening. But I think they because I seen a post that was saying, you want your woman to leave you, tell her no for a week straight, and she'll just get up and leave. And I'm like, that's not realistic. I mean, you shouldn't just be saying no to somebody just to say no. But if there's something you really want to say no about, you just need to say no and not feel afraid that she gonna leave because you're saying no. Like they, I think social media has painted relationships and interactions with women with such a broad brush that men are now tacking on um, belief that this is actual reality and adding to it because you have to sensationalize things in this era to make them really like go viral. And the things we all see are the most sensational things. The problem with that is now people believe the most sensational stories are actual reality, and it keeps putting us back in this situation. Did you see that video where the guy was like, the math is if your woman is attractive, if she walk outside, 10 guys holler at her. So if 10 guys holler at her a day in a year, that's 3,650 guys. And if she only says yes to 10% of them, she still has sex with 365 dudes. So these women all out here is going, they all thoughts.
Mhm.
I'm like, that's not really what's happening. But a lot of men believe that's exactly what's happening in this day and age.
Mhm. I
Yeah, I
know.
think that came from the Big Bang Theory. Sheldon was talking about Penny, and he basically did the math of how to calculate how many people she's been with, and it was just a show. But I mean, I think that I don't think people think as much as we think. Online, people sound like they think all the time. They don't be doing all this thinking. They ain't calculating how many people she been with or how many people he been with. It literally just going on day to day, not thinking about nothing. And just when something finally shows up that they feel like is a problem, then they'll talk about it. But people ain't trying to calculate, use math. Nah, people ain't doing that.
Wonder if we polled the chat how many men think that that number is accurate. And I think you might be surprised at the response.
You said how many? It was like 300 something.
So that they having sex with 10% of the men and they get hollered at by, yeah, so around three. Like I've been in groups like on panels where men have pretty much agreed with that without citing that reference, and they're using that as when they be like all these women is ran through. They're referencing something like that.
Nah, there's no way the average woman has 300 bodies.
At all.
I might
Sloan
give them.
58 say it's what's happening. If somebody in the chat right now say it's what's happening.
I just walk into what?
Oh.
No, it has happened, but it's not happening, meaning in a large number. Like
The only
women
group
be
No,
having
I agree.
five to 20 is
porn
I think is the
stars.
average.
I agree with you. I'm saying that men now believe that that's what's occurring and are addressing women from that lens.
Oh, wait a minute. How we get here? Am I missing something? I had to walk away for it to go. I heard something. So what?
I was talking about that the amount of men that think that women are sleeping with a large amount of women nowadays based off of a sensationalized concept that they saw online. It's a real thing right now. Like they believe it. Like I've seen men
I
like
think
argue this
that
point back and forth.
I think that what has happened is we have taken a group of girls who we would consider easy, and we've given them a platform, and we keep giving them the platform, and it seems like that's all women, and it's really just the easy women who would have been easy no matter what. Like they're just easy women, you know. And they're like the girls gone wild, as we would call them when back in the day. Now they have like a microphone, and people keep inviting them to these shows, and they keep talking. And that's not most women. It's just not.
So I think the other part of that too is that what was that stat that like 80% of men are invisible to women? So like you have to factor that into the equation. Like it can't just be an equation of just addition and subtraction. Like this is an algorithm we're working with. If most women don't have most men on their actual radar, doesn't matter if that man's approaching or making a comment, she's not even in the realm of acknowledging its existence. So then you have to subtract, like remove that portion of people out of that and then take a look at it.
No, I mean, I would agree with you, but I think they view it from the lens, like you're saying, they not factoring that in. Because like in the way the way we look at sex is when opportunity presents itself, we would do it most of the time, especially if you're single, right? So we then project that onto women sometimes and believe that they will operate the same way for the men that they want. That's why. And then you got a woman online who had sex with like 900 dudes in one day, right? So those stories make the news, and whatever your perception of reality is, it begins to shape your reality. So you look for confirmation bias or things to point out and highlight things within society that show you, hey, yeah, I was right about this thought. And it's detrimental to the mental health of a lot of men, but it's happening.
I look at it this way. It was so funny because I saw a podcast, and I wish I had that clip. And in a podcast, it was a whole lot of women. And the question was, when you go to, what's your purpose in going out to the club? I think the question was. And this one girl, she was the first person to speak. She was like, oh, to get the D. And then all the other girls was like, what? And she was like one girl who was like to get the D, and she was so stern. She's like she thought that every woman went to the club to get the D because she decided to go to the club to get the D. And the other girls were like, no, that's not why we go to the club. And then I think to guys, and the guys are really quick to believe that. What if that was the only girl on the show, right? And there were no other girls, so we would have to just take her word for it. So now she speaks on behalf of all the other girls, right? But then I think to myself, if that's true, if every girl goes to the club to get the D, wouldn't that mean you would be getting the, every time you go to the club, you will be getting the D a lot? I mean, getting vagina a lot? Like, you're not thinking of, like, when you sit here and say, oh, women be going on these dates and they having sex. So that means that when you go on dates, you're having sex? Like, these are the same women. Like, the odds are not like y'all think they are, because then you would be getting laid more often, would you not? It just doesn't make any sense. It's not adding up. So if you're walking away from the club and you're not having sex, you're walking away without having sex more often than you are, 9 out of 10, that's because women are just not sleeping with people that way. Because if it were the opposite, you will be getting laid more when you go to the club. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, I think if I was to answer that question, then my number would be extremely biased. But I understand that it's biased. So
Mark.
yeah.
Mute the mic.
The
Just
truth of
the
the matter
mic.
is, I do think for women, if they wanted to rack up that many bodies,
They could,
they
but it's just
absolutely have the access to do that. But because there's so many options, we don't have to. Like Inaz was saying, in terms of a lot of women don't even notice most men, right? So so in that regard, they're not racking up that type of number. I'm not saying that you have women that are not promiscuous and don't have not have sex with a lot of men. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to that degree, to think that the average is over
it's
300
most
bodies
women.
is crazy. It's crazy.
Let me put things in perspective for you, okay? If there's a race outside and people are jogging and a dude comes up to me, he's drenched in sweat, I'll be like, so what makes you think that I want any other fluids on me and I don't know you? And I don't even want to hug you when you just ran a race for a great cause. Like, no, I'm okay with that. No. Some people don't care about stuff like that. I do. I don't. I don't see it. I'm sorry, but that's just me. And there are a lot of women out there like me.
And I think
It's
Marcus, that goes to kind of what we were talking about yesterday about this image. I know in general is Western like culture, but since we're specifically talking about Black women, I think that that is part of the issue of what we were talking about yesterday in regards to the media, social media, TV, all of these things that are putting women, Black women, at the forefront of saying how promiscuous we are and how
It's a
we
setup, y'all. It is a setup.
sexualized and we'll sleep with anybody for anything, for money, for food stamps, for whatever, you know. And then on the flip side, the men are being over sexualized as well, as like and sometimes is reinforced by our own behaviors when we are seeing women that are half naked or dancing, got their legs spread wide open in a thong, like all of those. And then the men are like, oh, if she ain't sleeping with me on the first date or by the third day, I ain't spending money on, all of that. Like in some circles, that image is being reinforced, which then makes the person think that this is what's happening, across the board, where I would say the vast majority of women are not moving like that. But like you said, that confirmation bias, when you're seeing a few that are doing it in your mind, see, all women are doing that. But you're specifically looking for that thing, so you're gonna find it. And so I just think that is just crazy to sit here and say that this many women, on average, women are sleeping with over 300 men. It just
Mark,
doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even sound right saying that. I'm not saying
What 300 men are?
yeah.
so
Do you even know
so,
300 men? Like,
Listen,
do
so Marcus, I got.
you even know
I
300
don't even
men?
come across 300 men that I'm even attracted
I don't
to.
even know 300
Mar-
men.
I want to ask Marcus a quick question because I'm gonna kind of flip the question or flip the conversation towards the guys a little bit. In your experience, in both HD and Marcus, in you guys' experience, when you went out to the club, what percentage of guys were actually actively even willing to chat with the women versus the the percentage of men that were holding up the damn wall? So, like, Enos broke down that 80% of guys are invisible, but shit, from my experience, 90% of the men are holding up the walls. Did you guys see the same thing when you went to clubs, or am I off?
Well, I'm not a very good judge of what is seen in the club because I can probably count on both my fingers the amount of time I've been in the club. I don't deal with the clubs like that. I've been to a few bars here and there, but never been a club person. I don't deal with women in the club like that either. So yeah, I'm not a good judge. But when I was in the club, uh, there aren't a lot of men that approach a lot of women. Might be a few that might do that. Some guys might dance with a few girls and they might dance with them multiple girls. Sometimes they'll just dance with just one girl the whole time. But yeah, a lot of guys ain't out here trying to, well, not that they ain't trying, but a lot of guys aren't really putting in the effort in the club to approach a number of women.
So so you know how I was talking about confirmation bias. I think like I learned when I came to the space that this wasn't the experience. I literally thought that all men was going because we was going out like 3 to 4 times a week. I went out a lot when I was young, so I thought that every man was like doing the same thing. And then when I heard about the like 30% not having sex, I was like, that's impossible. So I came to the space to find out about a lot of this stuff, and I found out that it really was just a bubble of that I was in where that was I thought everybody was having the same experience. So I agree with you, AP. It's probably just like the bottle section and maybe a couple of dudes sprinkled throughout the club who actually living like that. But the majority of men, I don't listening to the space. I don't think that that's actually what's happening. I ain't gonna lie. Listen to the space because they can't sound like this if that was the experience.
Thank you. That's the only point I wanted to make.
You on mute. You on mute.
Anybody else wanted to add to that? We go to Super Chat. Okay. Oh, I already did that. My apologies. Go ahead.
Mark.
The red pill ranger for the fan ball. It's sad to see men think women don't like sex just as much, if not more than men. The single mother race and abortion numbers beg to differ.
Okay, so let's talk about this, okay? Women have sex with men that they like, right? We can assume that most women are with somebody. Not a whole lot of bodies, but somebody. And if you continuously have sex with a person and it's unprotected, the chances of her getting pregnant are pretty, it's up there. Okay. So to assume that people are getting pregnant because they're just out here sleeping with everybody, that's not true. Some people get pregnant because they're in a consistent relationship and they're just not married, or which is most of the time. As a matter of fact, I saw a stat that said most women who had kids out of wedlock actually lived with a person. They were living with their mate when they conceived. It's just they were not married. So that's just I don't know where you guys are getting like you. It's an assumption again. Like, oh, she out here just like, no, she's out here having sex with no protection. But it doesn't have to be with everybody. It could be with one person. Anybody else?
Man, have you fixed that smoke detector yet?
That's not a smoke detector. It's carbon monoxide detector that takes a $26 battery. I bought a whole pack of it, which was like almost $60. And I changed the battery out several times and it just will not. I pushed the reset button and so I just hit the stupid thing in the closet.
Did you bring your friend over there to take?
Wait, you just hit it in the closet? That was the solution.
I thought you were taking it to the fire department.
What you hear right now is in the closet. So I put a blanket on top of it, and you can still hear it.
You need to call the firefighters.
I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna bring some cookies over there. I'm like, hi.
Wait, won't you tell the guy that you was talking about earlier to come do it?
I could tell him to. I just be forgetting. Like when I be with him, I'm just in la la land. Basement door. He was on here the other day. You be hearing that damn.
We were trying to tell you to bring this thing up here so we can help you fix it.
So listen, you hear it because I'm in the part of the house where it is the closet is in. But when my house is pretty big, so when he comes in, we're not in this part of the house. So,
but you know how sometimes you can hear something over and over again, but then after a while you can't even hear it anymore.
Because I didn't hear that.
Like your children.
I want y'all to know.
Like
It's
y'all,
like-
sometimes I don't even be hearing y'all.
Sometimes you be hearing mommy, 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 and after a while, you just don't even hear it anymore.
So you're right.
Yeah, I
He
can't hear
always-
man.
and I could have said something, and I just be forgetting. I just don't hear it. I mean, it just doesn't, you know. But go ahead. Thank you for reminding me. I'll tell him. But go ahead. I see you have a question.
Oh no, I was going to use a different example than mistaken. I was going to say how men seem to stop hearing the seatbelt trigger, the alarm. So I don't know if you noticed, most men will not buckle up their seatbelts, and that alarm just does not sound for them. But we hear it. I think that's how they feel about the detectors.
It's because my speakers was loud. I couldn't hear it because of the speakers.
I like that music. Oh, I hear that. Stand loud music.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. Something's wrong with some of the folks in our chat. This person said, "Okay, ladies, how about y'all just stop sleeping with unmarried men?" Like,
How come? He said what now? He said what?
married men ain't trying to have like kids outside of their marriage. So the point was, hey, quit
Start sleeping with
with
married men. I mean, you still get pregnant. Some married men are sloppy too. Let's not think that married men are not out here raw dogging other women sometimes. Like he'll cheat on you. Eventually he gonna start raw dogging you too. That's not it, it's not working. That's gonna be more people at the abortion clinic. Nah.
At least the married men
are not out here raw dogging random women. I'm not gonna let you get that one off. It's not happening.
Oh man.
Marcus, go ahead and finish reading.
The Red Pill Ranger, $5. Her logic is flawed. Women can have a lot of sex without dudes having the same amount because select men slam multiple women. So I think what he was saying is the women are still having that same amount of sex. It's just 100 women sleeping with 10 guys. So they still running it up. They might have 10 partners, but all of them had 10 different partners. So so if it's 300 popping guys for 1,000 women, they might have slept with those 300 popping guys.
But it doesn't mean each one of them slept. You understand what I'm saying? The math still ain't mathing.
So okay, I get what I'm just making the argument for. So all right, so if you saying you haven't met 300 attractive guys, if 300 attractive guys exist and there are 1,000 women, those 300 guys have a good chance of getting those 1,000 women. So each one of those 1,000 women could have had sex with those 300 guys. Is the way he's figuring out, I believe.
Okay.
Assuming that, assuming that they're all in the same vicinity, assuming that they all seen that those same 300 guys,
exactly.
Assuming that these men don't have jobs and other things they have to tend to, like, so are these guys just having sex every day of the week? Like, I'm just confused. So many variables.
No, you tried. It just ain't working. And even if a woman having a lot of sex, it sounds like too, what he's trying to do is compare women having a lot of sex and men having multiple women. I would say the difference is I think men are having more sex with multiple women, but women are having a lot of sex, but it's typically with the same man. And even if they did have multiple, I don't think their multiple would equate to the same amount of multiple that the men are having. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
How are they having a lot of sex if they're having sex with the same person? The reason why they're counting the bodies is because it's not with the same person.
But they can be in relationship. The relationship. This is the way that I've seen most women move. Now,
most women, not all. Most women move.
Most is that they're typically hopping from relationship to relationship, not necessarily random to random. I think what happens is they're in they think that they're in a relationship, is going somewhere, so they're having sex with this particular person. Then that doesn't work. Then they get into another relationship and is with that person, and then that doesn't necessarily work. So if you're having sex under the basis of being in a relationship, then that's totally different than just sleeping with random dudes. The numbers are going to be totally different.
And we want to make sure you know that we're talking about the majority. We're not overlooking the people who literally just sleep with a whole lot. We've seen sluts. We're not talking about those people. They are not the majority. Okay? We know they exist, but they are by no means the majority.
I agree with you that, random sex versus relationship sex is different. I agree with that. But if you account for the amount of relationships women are getting in or situationships that women are getting in, they're still running up their body count because they think that the prerequisite to be in a relation to have sex with a guy is to be in a relationship. So
That's
even a good woman, if she got into 2 relationships every year and a half, right? And that's right, cool. Maybe she might have took a couple of years off here and there. We're still going to significantly increase women's body count because they're just giving it to men because they're in a relationship, not because this guy is necessarily like committed to them. So it's a dicey situation when you look at it from that perspective, because I agree, women are still very selective. A lot of women aren't sleeping with a bunch of guys, but the thing is just like our sexual habits really create a lot of the issues that we have in the future for generations to come. So I'm just really concerned about what's going on.
Let me just tell you this. This is just it's no research. It's just what I've seen. There are women who have to have sex with men to get attention, and there are women who don't have to have sex with men to get attention. I find that even when on a high school level, when I look up, there are women who I guess they have low self-esteem. They feel that's the only way they're going to get a male, because women like attention. They like to be adored. And what moment are you most adored? When you sleep with a man, right? And so that women want that attention so much that they're just like, oh, and they can't get it any other way. So you do have women who have low self-esteem. They want to feel attractive. They want to feel desired by a man. And so they feel the only way they can get the desire is by sleeping with them. And so it's not the man, it's just the desire that they're after. And they're like, oh, but I want to be held. And they feel like by sleeping with a guy, and then they get held for it, and they don't realize it's just not working out for them. You understand what I'm saying? So there are women like that. I've noticed that the woman who sleeps around does not get the attention any other way. And that's the reason why she has gone for that, to be that type of person, because that's given her desired outcome, which is desirability. So go ahead.
So
Can I ask you a
would
question?
agree?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that women should stop having sex with men, like,
Yes.
or like until they get into like a fiance situation or a marriage situation?
Yes.
Why is that?
It is not getting us. So look, it goes back to why buy the cow when you get the milk free? At some point we got to realize it's just not working for us. Why would he commit to you? Why would he settle down with you if you're giving him everything that he wants and he doesn't have to do anything? You're not getting what you want, but he's getting what he wants. So if everybody would just close their legs, get you a little toy. What's that toy called, mistaken, that you were advertising to me?
A rose, probably. Wait, what? Hey, side note, have you seen the video with the new dog?
Who was that? It was one. You guys were on the show, but it was somebody who used to be on the show. Her name was Juicy J, and she introduced us to the rose. And so,
did you buy one?
I didn't buy one, but I don't need no rose. Got that finger. Listen, stop. I'm concerned. Excuse me for that. Got it. But listen, what I was about to say was I think that every woman should close their legs. It'll help you make wiser decisions when it comes to love. And that's how you keep your power. At the end of the day, if he leaves you and you didn't have sex with him, you gave nothing but time. People feel used when they feel like they've given you their body and then you walk away. Like that's when you feel used. So I just feel like women should just close their legs. Just stop. Say no.
Well, I mean, I would say that a number of brothers and women, they did get married even though they didn't hold out. Even I got married.
But how long? Okay, so this is the interesting part. How long ago was it that you got married?
I got married in 2015.
Okay. So I think that pre-YouTube, a lot of social media, there was a lot more marriage people. Now people looking at YouTube like, nah, and it's going on. It's like trendy. I don't want to get married. I want to do this. I want to do that. People, we're very impressionable people. We just are. So we allow people to make decisions for us, people we don't even know. So those, I think these are the blocks that have come into play nowadays. Okay. So I think that you're right. If a man wants marriage, he's gonna get married. But research has shown that a lot of men are not trying to be married. They're trying to be in relationships. They're trying to get the wifely benefits, but they're not trying to be married. Or they say they are, but that's not how they're moving.
Oh, look at Chicago Rilla's. Just look at it. Take a look at it. Just look at it.
Thank you. Anybody else wanted to add to, maybe you guys have a different opinion.
That argument may be used against you in the title of this
what
are black women to blame for low marriage rates?
Absolutely. And yes, I do believe. I don't think it's black women. I think it's women in general. I don't think it has anything to do with black women. It's women, period. Because if black women close their legs and you just go to another woman because she opened her leg, it's not going to help anything. All women have to close their legs. The only thing that is the problem with black women is we have a loyalty to black men, right? And
not a problem, by the way.
Which is not a problem. Is so for us, it's most important because white women can have sex over and over again, and white men don't necessarily hold that against them. They have marriage on their minds. It's just a part of their culture. They like to get married over and over and over again. Whereas for us, we're like, you almost have to influence a man to marry in our culture.
When it comes to sex, this is kind of drawn out, but there was a time period where it was taboo for black women to give head. Like in the 90s, that was something that wasn't a big thing, right? What? Where's JR with what are you talking about, soundbite?
I wish I had my own little
You're gonna have to get one because that was wild. But so you were an adult. Now, let me get back to the point. A real adult. But so back then that was something that we kind of as a community hadn't embraced yet, right? But other communities had, and they also was more inclined to have recreational sex. Do you think it's possible moving forward, because we've just now adopted the oral sex as part of sex, and we're adopting the recreational sex, I guess, as a culture, that we might also adopt the get married, get divorced culture as well? Because it kind of seemed like we're on a delay when it comes to like sexual revolution. It's just a question. I'm not sure either way, but I just want y'all thoughts on that.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. I have, go ahead and mistake it, and then I'm going to tell you what the problem is.
Historically, we were on the back end of the sexual revolution because of the religious belief system, right? Like Black people love them some Jesus, right? Like
Still
so
do.
so I think back in the day that was occurring because there was a tie to the church, and the culture itself was more along the lines of more being more conservative when it came to those things. So you didn't have as many Black women indulging, whereas now religion is kind of out the window. The culture itself has shifted in general. When you add social media, television, all of just access to sex, everything is sexualized. So I think it's more of the influence that has impacted the generation. And I don't, and to be honest, when I was looking at the stats, I don't think, from what I recall, it said that Black like girls are not having sex at a higher rate than any other group. So the difference is that I think that we're just, again, that the propaganda of making it appear that we are having sex all willy-nilly, and we're so ignorant to believe in that ourselves, because we're being fed that same information everybody else is.
You know, it's so funny. Even when I look at these panels, when it comes to YouTube, and if you put all these panels together, just the ones that come across to me, I don't normally see Black women on these panels. I just see, like, it may be one Black woman, maybe two, and the rest of them are women of other races doing, like, you know, even when I look at Fresh and Fit, it may be two or three, but it's mostly other races of women. But for whatever reason, we get the name of, like, those two women. It could be 10 white women and two Blacks, and it's like the Black women. Like, but it was like 8 white women on on the podcast. I don't understand, like, how that became Black. Like, I guess because she has a little tint in her skin, like a little tan, and made her Black. I don't understand, because this is not majority of Black women on panels going, "Oh, I'm about to get it." Like, I don't see that. I mean, you guys may see something different than I see, but I don't see us doing it. I see other races doing it, but not necessarily us. Not
But you
in
know
large
why you
amounts.
don't?
Oh, we doing it.
I said not in large amount. I mostly see. So tell me the channel where you see a panel of Black women on the sofa or somewhere, and they're sitting here saying slutting out is what we need to do.
I did just see it where this lady was talking about her dream was to get her peen in her mouth and one in her body at the same time.
Right, that's one person. I'm talking about
Yeah.
panel. When I
And
see panels
but
of
to your point, the women on there was looking at her like she was crazy. It was like that's just on you. We don't think that in mass. I did see them do that.
Was she saying that that was her fantasy, or something that she's a goal to actually have happen?
She
Because I think
she
fantasy.
started it with every woman's fantasy. She said that's every woman's fantasy, and then they all looked at her like, "Nah, you on your own on that one."
I think something that is very interesting that was mentioned. I think I saw it on YouTube or something. Um, a lot of brothers seem like the statement was a lot of brothers don't really know how to differentiate women, good women, from the other women because the mindsets are the same or what they consume is the same. Some of the best women I know, they love Beyonce, right? But the stuff that Beyonce be talking about be contrary to some of the stuff that she be doing. And like some of the imagery, some of the stuff that we when we see Beyonce, we just like a lot of us guys, we be like, why do y'all like this woman so much? You know, we understand, you know, what she's done for the culture and you know how much revenue and you know the image and how she promotes business and all this other stuff. But like when brothers look at even good women and we see the kind of stuff that you consume and the kind of stuff that you say and the stuff that you don't necessarily come against, but you don't like, it's like there's a lot of things that women say and they say publicly that when guys hear it, we just be like, that doesn't sound like something that should be said out loud. If you would have kept that to yourself, you'd probably been in a lot better space. But women are now saying things in their minds out loud, and brothers don't really know how to deal with it. And we're putting even good women in the bad category because of the things that they're saying or that they're listening to in what's going on in this world.
You know what, Inaz? I'm starting to believe, just like you said, there are a group of men who women find to be invisible, right? I feel the same way about men to women. Because I think that you guys focus so much on those Instagram women or women you guys deem attractive that you overlooking all the thousands of women that you may not find to be attractive, and you just like them. I'm talking about these group of women. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you cannot tell me is the majority. It's not. It's just
I
not. And
said
like
that months ago.
Beyonce, huh?
I said that months ago. I completely agree. Keep cooking. Go ahead.
To like Beyonce, that's me. People can like, you know, Sexy Ray is a different story. But I don't think people who go to Beyonce concert are bad people. These are wives, women who carry themselves in a, it's just music. Now, if how you act outside of the music, yes, that'll be different. But most of these people are not like just walking around doing things because Beyonce said so, even though they'll attack you if you say anything about Beyonce. I get that. But so let me tread lightly. But as it relates to women, I think you guys focus so much in on chicks that y'all like, the woman who's slutty looking, the woman who's on Instagram, boom, 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 that you're overlooking the millions of women who ain't like that. And you just think all women are like these group of women because you are attracted to these groups of women, because it goes back to that bonnet in the airport. You just passed 2,000 in Atlanta airport, 2,000 black women who didn't have a bonnet on, but you saw two with a bonnet, and now all black women wear bonnets. Like, what are we doing here?
I agree we can have selection bias, but I don't agree that men aren't paying attention to more than just the bad women. Men, it don't matter if she walking by at the grocery store, it don't matter if she at the factory, it don't matter. Men notice women whether they want to sleep with them or not, they want to talk to them or not. We are looking at every type of woman. Like, we're looking.
So when you go
However,
to the grocery store or when you go somewhere, you're saying the majority of women are not on their act right.
well,
The
I
ones
can't
that
say
focus
that.
on the ones that we focus on and give attention to, like they have segments written about them, and it was back to the sensationalism I said earlier. We highlight the most sensationalized people because they bring clicks and views versus more moderate things, and the majority of people are somewhere within the moderate sphere of influence.
And I also think too, I guess kind of to what you just said, is also about where you are. So in terms of proximity. So if the majority of women that you're seeing is wearing bonnets, and I think Chicago really said he went to Miami and they were wearing bonnets and furry slippers with short shorts. Like, what area of Miami were you in? You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of times it's like when men are talking about like Black women as if they represent the majority of Black women, it's based on location. It's based on where they're at, because you can go from one neighborhood to another neighborhood and you will see two totally different types of environment. Like, you can drive down the street and literally tell when you've driven over the tracks, so to speak, because you can just tell by the way that the houses look that this is a low socioeconomic area versus one that is in a, maybe a middle class area. And when you look at, not to say that both can't exist in the same area. You can have people who are dressed appropriately in a low socioeconomic area, just like you can have somebody that's dressed with the furry slippers and a bonnet in a middle class area. But what we're talking about is looking at the vast majority in a particular uh, area that you're in. And what happens is that I think a lot of men are in places where those women or even women are in those places where those type of men and women are, which then confirms to them that all women are like this, because every time I turn around, these are the men and women that I see. So you need to remove yourself from the environment that you're in and go somewhere else. Even if you go to different, even if you go to different states, you can go to a different state in one area that's the in I'm just going to say hood as an example, because I've experienced that, living in the hood growing up. I left a New York hood, went down south to North Carolina and went to their hood. Although their hood looked different, I didn't know that it was a hood because it looked like they had houses versus us having projects. But I was like, oh, I like this hood. But anyway, the mannerisms, all of those things are still the same, because certain socioeconomic status, you have the same type of behaviors for the most part. So it doesn't matter if I leave from here or go to Miami or go somewhere in Texas, you're going to see some of the same things. So when you're saying, oh, I travel and I see it's the same across the board for all Black women or Black men, it's because you're still going to those same areas where you're meeting those same kind of people. And it doesn't represent the majority. It represents the majority of the people that you're around.
Let me ask you a question. Do any of y'all like Beyonce? Listen to her music?
I think she's fine. I don't go to concerts.
The older I've gotten, the less I do. But when it first came out, I definitely did.
The reason why I bring this up is that
it don't matter.
It don't matter.
I align with Mistaken.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter what a woman does as far as like her career, her education level, where she's at. If you ask most women will listen to Beyonce and have zero to no issue with it. They don't have any issue with what's being said. They don't have any issue with what's being done, because a lot of women separate the message from the artist and what's being presented. So what I was trying to bring to light of what I was hearing on this one thing on YouTube is that it's hard for men to really separate the good women, because I just said that no matter what a woman does, she could be the smartest woman, she can have the most money, she could never go to a club, she can go to galas, it don't matter what she do. She could be at the lowest of the low of the community, she could be at the highest of the high. The baseline is that most women will listen to Beyonce and not find any issue with anything that she's presenting, right? And so what this particular man was saying was, it's hard for brothers to distinguish even the good women from the women that aren't as good, because the things that women are saying, they might not be doing it, but the things that women are saying and the things that the women are consuming are similar. And so now you subconsciously put even the good woman in the same category as a not so good woman, because you are either saying the same thing, co-signing the same behavior, or listening to the same thing or promoting the same thing that the other women are doing that we consider are bad.
You know what? I think that Black people, let's just turn the internet off. Please turn the internet off. Let's just stop. Maybe this is just outside of what we can handle. Okay. Maybe we cannot handle the internet. Maybe we cannot handle music. Maybe we cannot. We just need to step away from it. Because what is happening is we're just like consuming things, and it's like taking over our brains, and it's just we can't think for ourselves. It's just whatever people say or whatever let's just step away from it.
Do you think people are angry?
I've shit like that before in my life. What?
Do you think people are angrier in this day and age, or they're in better spirits? Like, it seemed to me, if you like observe the general population, like maybe now there's a thing is relieving stress. Maybe people come online to relieve stress, but the general personality that seeks to just exist in negativity, say negative things, and be in that space, I think that would translate to your real life too. And I think social media has a lot to do with that. Back to the comparison
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
You gotta step
Yeah.
away from this. It will consume your life. It will lead you to a path of this is crazy to me. Go ahead, Enos.
So I will say that I think what Harrison is saying is a valid thing, right? I think that a lot of men in general do struggle to tell the difference between a woman who's genuinely good and a woman who's faking the funk, right? And if we're fair, women have the same issue when it comes to men, right? A lot of women struggle to tell the difference between a good man and a man who's faking being good. So I think that the question is valid. My thing is, why is Beyonce the marker, right? And before you answer, I want to state that on the men's side, there's a whole lot of the some of the athletes, y'all, who are your favorites, that have gotten into quite a few scandals. Some of the music y'all listen to propagates a whole lot of stuff that doesn't align with your belief systems, and yet y'all still know the lyrics to every track. There are so many other things. So why is it that when you're exhibiting the same behavior that you're criticizing women for, I understand there's differences in gender and that men and women are different. I do get that. But my question is, when it comes to music and the consumption of music and using that to equate your output, why are we using Beyonce as the marker to determine the difference between a good woman and a woman who's faking being good?
I think I personally use Beyonce as a marker. I can't speak. I can speak, but I won't probably be accurate to say for most men. But the reason why I target Beyonce is because I look at what a lot of her fans do and I see the reactions. Like, you can't speak against them or speak against Beyonce. You can't say anything about her. You can't criticize anything, say anything. I look at the material. I see how the material has changed over the years. Now, granted, everybody's material is going to change because people change over time, right? But I look at the material. I look at the image. I look at, people's analysis sometimes, but not so much. But I tend to look at who has the most influence, and I tend to see what's the effect of this influence. Is everything about Beyonce bad? Absolutely not. She promotes an image that, hey, listen, you can be a pillar of your community, you can help people, you can have your own style, and you can like kind of change the game in a lot of ways as far as how your people are treated, how your people are paid, and you can also affect the economy in a very good way. There's some positive to her, but to me there are some very strong things that I've seen and I've listened, and then I listen to the women talk about these things, and I'm just like, this ain't it. So for me, that's why Beyonce is the marker. But to address the other thing that you said, I agree with you that a lot of us men, we listen to people and we listen to music and consume content that isn't very beneficial to our mindset. Like, we love gangster stuff, like some gangster rap. Throw some gangster rap. I don't even smoke, and I used to listen to songs about smoking.
And
Me
y'all be
personally.
defending Future for dear life.
Oh, we don't defend Future. We just say he's very entertaining. He's sensational.
Oh no, it
But
be some defending on Future. Y'all be going in on Future. I mean, y'all be when it came to Sierra. Oh my gosh.
well, we go in on Future and Sierra because Sierra messed with Future, and he already got a slew of kids. You know what I'm saying? We're just like, it just didn't
No,
make
I'm
sense.
not talking about Sierra. What I'm saying to you is when it came to Russell having taken over that kid, when he became the stepdad to that kid, y'all was going in on him doing what he was doing something good, went in on him and was taking Future's side, like, nah, that's Future kid. That's da 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 da. But
We
Future
won't
not
take
taking
Future's
care of
side.
the
That's
kid.
facts. That was Future's kid.
Yeah, but he's
Did-
not
did-
taking care of the kid.
we don't
I
know that.
mean,
And on top of that, did you see that picture where they was all naked and he was holding the kids? That was completely out of line. That
I
should
didn't.
have resulted in something. Like, all right, so it's a picture where they all knew Russell Wilson, Sierra, and I guess the two babies, and he holding all of them. This man got another man child naked on the cover of an album. That is a problem, bro.
I didn't
I don't know
see
how
it.
Future let that slide. I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit would have ended results.
Because that's
Mm.
Russell's kid now.
You
That's
say that's what?
that's Russell's kid now. That's
Mhm.
What?
that's
It's
how
just
I
it's
mean
just
that's how
weird.
it's
Like
presented. And I'm gonna be honest because I've seen situations like this. The only way another man can move like that is if the father is not present the way that he needs to be. Now I have no idea if Sierra's trying to keep the baby from their kid from him or not. I have no idea, but I know that he's in a position that if he wanted to be involved, he has the money and means to make that happen. In terms of, like, I know a lot of men give the excuse about going to court, it costs too much. That's not his situation. That's definitely not his situation. So if he needed to go to court to make sure that he can have access to his child the way that he needs to, he can do that. The thing is that I've seen firsthand men who are involved. Not to say that sometimes the women, some women act a certain way. I'm not saying that. For the vast majority of the men that I know who are involved in their kid's life, even though they're not with the mother, the mother, for the most part, don't overstep her bounds when it comes to that relationship because he's going to check it. That's just what I've seen.
Let's not
So
go too deep into this, please. Please.
all right, just two quick points. One, parental alienation is a term for a reason.
Say that.
Two, parental alienation is a term for a reason. The custodial parent usually has more say so than the parent who gets the child part time. 90 or 80% of the time, mothers are granted custodial custody. I believe that he is in the child's life. He's just not the custodial parent. And I talked about the example last week of a friend who was going through this with his ex-wife and mother of his child, and we just seen it play out again with Kanye as well, where she rather hire a Manny than let him have his kids how he would like to. And he bought a house right next door. So we have seen in instances where people are bitter about breakups or unhappy with the father, where they will use the child as a pawn.
Marcus, I'm gonna find this video and I'm gonna send I have to look for it again because I think I saved it. Shan, I think I had sent it to you. I specifically saved it because I wanted to go back and see if I can find the research that he said that he did in terms of the stats. I wanted to verify it, but he did talk about parental alienation. And he said, based on the stats, when they look at it in numbers, it appears that when the father is the one that has the custody, that typically, based on the rate, that fathers are the one that do the whole parental alienation. I promise you. But because I didn't believe that myself, I was like, you know what? I need to find the study. So I saved it so I can go back and look at all of the stats and information that he was saying in that specific clip, because a lot of stuff that I thought I knew or that aligned with what my beliefs were and what I assumed to be, that it wasn't. So I'm going to try to find it and I'm going to send it to you. Actually, I'm going to try to find it and see if I can send it in the back chat. But yeah, I would
Verified
And
before
I don't mean to be funny. Future doesn't seem like one to hold his mouth on things, right? So when we know if it was a situation where it's like, I'm trying to see my kid, and this woman won't let me see my kid. Like I don't think I've ever heard him say that before.
No,
So,
we just saying he overstepping boundaries with his child. That was just a quick.
Okay.
so I think there was something mistaken said a little bit earlier about, like, when a father is involved, then typically the new man doesn't really do all this stuff. I think sometimes as women, we severely underestimate how petty some men can be. Even the ones who seem like good guys are capable of like extreme amounts of petty. So I wouldn't ever put it past Russell Wilson of exceeding boundaries because he feels like it, right? We saw it in like this one tweet Future had put up, and then the next thing you know, Russell Wilson had put up a picture of him and Future's son in a field, right? So I think some of it is trying to mark your territory. I think some of it is trying to, because Russell Wilson has that clean guy image, right? And Future has the hood dude image, right? So I think there's like an attempt to assert some level of dominance. I don't think it's as clean as we want. Also, I think that Future's lawyers are probably telling him to keep his mouth shut about his feelings in an effort to make moves behind the scenes if need be, right? So the one thing celebrities do every time without failures when they start to open their mouths and they're already problematic is get themselves into situations they don't want to be in, right? I would not be shocked at all if his team looked at him and said, I don't care how you feel. You say that to us. You don't say that to the public.
Oh, for sure. But only time will tell, right? Because in that case, that means if he's making moves to see his kid, it's been years now, it's to be some moves made. If that is the situation, because that's an assumption. So only time will tell.
I just want to clear up a fact real quick. Men don't defend Future. Men roast Future. Men don't defend Nick Cannon.
Men like you.
Men,
right.
No, you hear it all the time. They roast these dudes for moving the way they move. So like we don't do the Beehive, and of course her record isn't like theirs. I'm not suggesting that, but we don't go into full defense mode on a dude that's grimy. Men don't move that way, and we've seen it time and time again where it's, man, F that dude. That dude's a grimy ass dude. We see it all over these panels and YouTube. I just wanted to clear that up. Y'all go ahead.
Did anybody else want to add on to that? No. Let's do the super chat and then we can go on to the next one.
Red pill ranges for $5. You only need a small percent of men to slay a large percent of women. That's why guys with the juice have multiple kids, 3 or 4s, i.e. Future and Nick. Got the juice.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
I say that all the time. Like, you got the juice. Shout out to Red Pill Ranger.
I've heard that in so long. I don't know. That's so funny to me.
I say that like 20 times a day. You ain't got the juice now. You got the juice. All right. What men would tell you for $10? Exactly. I can go 2 weeks sleeping with a different woman every night. By the time I'm done with the roster, the first girl ain't seen me in 2 weeks.
Right, but she's waiting for her time. Like I think that so men think that women are doing the same thing that they're doing. That's not true. Women can hold out 2 weeks to have sex. She doesn't know you're having sex with all these people. So in her mind, she's like, oh, he's just holding back. And she's waiting for her, His
point was that the top men tie women, like, so the top 10% of men have all the women. So that goes to the
I can agree with that. Probably so. I don't know.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Got one more? All right. I ain't going nowhere. $5. Let go says women are children. This is why he's right. Placing a carbon monoxide detector in the closet is something a 12-year-old would do. You could die. Shaking my head.
Listen, I have several carbon monoxide detectors in my house. And it can still detect carbon monoxide in that closet. So there's one in the basement. There's 2 on this floor, one of which is in the closet. There's still another one by the staircase, and then there's another one upstairs. I promise the message will get out if there is carbon monoxide in my house. Okay? So we're good over here.
It would beep, right?
No, it'll go off. It'll sound, the alarm will sound like a fire detector, the same thing.
I'm just messing with you.
Y'all on my nerves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. I'm joking. Thank you for your concern though. We got it handled. All right, so trying to figure out where I want to go with these. Any last minute comments while I'm trying to figure this out? Because we're gonna have to cut this down because we didn't talk off the subject a lot.
You didn't put nothing at the bottom, so I thought it was freestyle.
I thought this was
That's why we kept
interesting.
asking questions.
So check this out. I thought this video was interesting. That's why I wanted to share it.
Did you know that in South Carolina, if a male over the age of 16 seduces a woman under the promise of marriage, he must actually marry her. If he does not, he's guilty of a misdemeanor and must be fined or imprisoned for not more than 1 year at the discretion of the court. How crazy is that?
Listen, who gonna look up Georgia law? What is it here?
They need to have a law that say if a woman goes on 10 dates with a man and he spends over $1,000 with the expectation of getting sex, then she could be in prison for 1 year if she'll give him
Only
sex to
if
make
she
that
works.
make sense.
Only if she promises him sex. The key here is the promise of it. So I can agree. If she says, then I can agree with that.
So if she ain't promised to bone by the 10th date, then that's on you. As long as she ain't give her word.
So what do y'all think about that? I kind of like that law.
So here's the issue with that law, right? It's like it's one of those really obscure laws that were probably written over 100 years ago, yada yada yada, right? The problem is now that it's come to light, some people are going to move some mountains and move some things around and pull some political sway to make that law disappear. That's the problem with that.
Isn't it the same state?
All these women that are living in Atlanta, y'all better go ahead and move.
Listen, they make South Carolina and Georgia right next to each other. Maybe the same law here. We got somebody got to look it up. Look, check this out. Isn't this the same state? It's either South Carolina or North Carolina when you date a married man, the side chick can be sued.
North Carolina.
Okay, I knew it was one of the Carolinas. Dang. I thought that was so freaking funny.
Hey, I just want to add that in the thing you dropped, he didn't actually list the studies. He just said that there are studies. Like I could say, there are studies that say I'm the tallest man alive. There are some studies that say y'all are the most beautiful women alive.
Who are the most beautiful women?
When I said that's why I saved it, because I wanted to go and look for the studies myself to see. That's exactly why I saved it, because I didn't. But I was like, I'm going to go do the research and see if I can find what he was referring to.
He didn't even list no place to go look. He just said a number.
But now you see why.
Let me tell you about some of the studies I saw though. So there's a study that says 85% of black men are the best men that have ever lived within the completion of the world. 85, and then 15% of those men are the best. So the 85% are the best men, and then 15 are the best that have ever existed in history.
I'm gonna try to look for that study. If I find it, I'll let you know.
30% of black men's beards are so perfect that the world is thinking of getting beard weaves so that everybody can emulate the beard game. And that the genetic muscle fiber that exists within the melanated human is a fiber that is more precious than platinum because of its density and propensity to have tensile strength equivalent to steel. Look it up. Resources say.
And if I find it, I'll let you know, because I think it was a similar study from the same person that said that black women are the cream of the crop of all races because they actually can trace from the mitochondria DNA to the first woman, which was African American. And so our DNA is actually better than black men's. Like, I think that was the same person.
I saw that study, and it said that that was true only because they had black male DNA inside of them. So essentially, they were similar, but not better. That's what the study said.
No, because that DNA is very rare. That mitochondria DNA can be found that has also been given through a man, but those are rare occasions. That's not the norm.
And in that same study, it said that they've been able to trace the lineage of God to the sperm that resides within black men. 85%. 80 to 85%. 85%.
You got it.
But I do agree with that. I actually like that law.
I actually like the law as well.
The reason I like that law is because it basically makes you accountable for what you say. Hey, baby, me and you gonna get married. Let me get that box real quick.
Yeah.
Now you're held to that standard. if she really wanted to push it. Just saying.
Did it say a
And it's
16-year-old
hearsay.
can say that to a
Hearsay.
child?
Like you,
Say that to
how
another
do you
person?
how do you lose a hearsay argument in court?
So now you have to, the ladies, you have to get in there like, okay, right, I want you to say that with the video playing, like if camera, they videotape everything else, say it, and men say anything for some,
But as a woman, why would you want to be married to a man that really don't want to be married to you?
I agree, but what it does is it lets you know, like, is he serious or not? It's kind of like one of those boundaries. I mean, it's one of those things that just says, okay, I want to see how serious he is. Like, is he really serious? First of all, let's just stop telling women you're gonna marry them and you ain't got no intent to marry. Just shut up.
I don't think men do that.
Can we need to take a look at the language of the law, because like off the top of my head I can think of at least 3 loopholes, right? If he says he's looking for marriage, that doesn't mean he wants to marry you.
Correct.
If he says he's thinking about marrying you, that doesn't actually express intention. It's just still a rough idea, right? If he says, I want to get to know you for the purpose of marriage, that still doesn't actually, but those are all things that women hear he wants to marry me, right? So like, I don't know. There's a lot of gray area in terms of enforcing that law.
Well, did he say
No.
kid
The
16
key
years
to
old?
it is, I actually have the law right here. Is the seduction under promise of marriage. So basically, this was done to prevent men from getting the box under the pretense of marriage. I'm looking for when the year this was added, because I think that will add additional context.
But even at that, AP, like, define promise. How do you define a promise? Does it have to be explicit? Can it be implied? Does it have to have certain context? Like, was he saying it during the act? Does that count as real intention? Like, there's a whole lot of nuance to that.
Do jokes matter?
Shut up.
Okay. There must not be a conviction under this section on the uncorroborated testimony of the woman upon whom the seduction is charged, and no conviction if at trial, if it is proved that the woman was at the time of the alleged offense lewd and unchaste.
Oh, so if she was already if she wasn't a virgin, basically, then it don't even apply.
And you have a witness.
Ladies,
You have to have a witness.
Well, the phone is witness now. Back in the day, they probably didn't have the witness could be just.
But it don't matter, because if you're not a virgin, it won't apply to you anyway.
That is correct.
That's true. I mean, for us, but people who are young and they're growing, it's maybe some virgins out there, For those people.
But did you say maybe it's some virgins?
But like Inaya said, there are loopholes here. Prove you were not a virgin first.
Well, I actually just saw that they have what's called hymenectomies or something like that, where they can literally, what is it? Hymen, I don't know how to say the correct term, but they basically redo your hymen. So for the purposes of making it appear.
But even that is documented, and that can be brought up in the court of law. Anything that's surgically done to you is still documentation, and so they're going to find out if you have a great attorney.
Well, isn't that private?
But the hymen is not an accurate depiction of whether or not a woman is still a virgin or not. Like if you're an equestrian, if you ride bicycles, if you've used tampons, like there are so many other. Some women are born without one. Some women, it just naturally deteriorates over time if you haven't engaged in sex after a certain age. Like there's so many factors. Like you would have to run through that woman's history and find that she hasn't actually slept with anybody, because it just isn't. The hymen's not an accurate depiction of a woman's chasteness.
Some women
how bad?
Honestly, that is still, even to this day, sometimes some cultures still use that as a proof. And that was what I was reading when it was saying about the hymenectomy, or however you pronounce it, that is purposely sometimes why women get it done, is because of cultural and religious reasons, where in some cultures and religions you have to prove that you're a virgin once you have sex, to prove that there's like blood, on it, and sheets and stuff like that, which is kind of crazy.
Do you
But
think that's grounds for divorce? If someone
what?
got a hymenectomy thing and tricked you, like, cause you would that be like theft by deception? They stole a marriage.
I guess in that culture, if that was the rules and the conditions under being married, yeah, I would think so.
I think that anything, if you're going to pull that card, then anything that's deceptive on all levels should be a crime. How about that? Not just.
I see where you're going. I see where you're going.
So if you want to pull that card, then
I
it
see where
all
you're
should be
going.
a crime.
I see where you're going.
All right, y'all. New video. What are your thoughts?
And that's why it's always a big difference when a black man dates interracially than when a black woman dates interracially. Because black men are the ones that are choosing. They're the ones that are picking. If a black woman is waiting to be picked because that's our role, we are not chasing men. Men are going after us. If you're waiting to be picked and black men are not picking you, you are going to go to a community that is picking you. Let's say that we already know that the number for marriageable black men is small. And then the number that you do see are overlooking you because you're dark skinned, I would date white guys. Are you kidding me? Because I want to get married. And we already know that white men do want to get married. A lot of marriageable black men don't even want to get married. So the dynamic is very much different. Picking and being picked, two different things.
I hate it, but I can't be mad.
So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think the propaganda war has been won. I think that it's successfully, the 5-year plan has been completed. First, the Little Mermaid.
What's the 5-year plan,
then
Marcus?
Bridgerton.
Elaborate.
Like, when you put something out in media, sports, and entertainment as culturally acceptable, it take about 5 years for it to be adopted as the general standard of operations. At one point, they would say black women were the most race loyal according to statistics. And I've seen it. That's, in my personal opinion, this is just my opinion, I believe this gender war was manufactured for this specific reason, for that to become acceptable, for that to be the way we move forward. I truly believe that in my heart of
And the
hearts.
commercials are also backing it up.
You say the what?
The commercials in Lifetime.
Yeah, commercials, Lifetime movies. I've seen.
Dang, who calling you this time of night? It's a booty call. I'm just like, I'm joking. Anybody else want to give their input on that?
I actually can agree with her statement, but not just to white men. I think just being open to, if your goal is to be married, putting yourself in spaces where marriage-minded men are, whether they end up being black or white or Hispanic or what have you. Because the truth of the matter is like we hear all the time in these spaces, that the men, the women outnumber the men. All women are not going to be able to, black women, I'm just saying specifically, that they are not going to be able to get married. So they're telling them to, and when I say settle, I don't mean settle in terms of lowering reasonable standards. That's not what I'm saying. I think that get mixed up when people saying they're settling, but the guy, like that video that showed that the guy meets 80% out of everything that they want, but they are still overlook the guy because he's not at 100. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is settling for a dude that don't even meet the minimum standard, right? But is being pushed that even if he doesn't meet the minimum standard, well, if you want to be married, you better just go ahead and take them. I don't think that in general, women or men for that matter should settle under those conditions. When there's options where you can do better to at least get your minimum met. And if the area that you're in or the spaces that you're in, that the men are not open to marriage, and you know you want marriage and family, it would only make sense to go to where that can happen. That's the bottom line. And so I agree with her statement.
And I also think so. I've seen this thing in regards to it's this thing called looks maxing, height maxing, weight like race maxing. And they the white guys have said on this particular platform that um if you are so two equivalent men, a black man and a white man, same salary, income, same level of attractiveness, that across races that they gain an extra point just by being white. And I think a lot of the black guys who are have talked about this say that they feel that you don't have to be cool when you white as you would have to be if you was black. He wouldn't have to have the swag. He wouldn't have to all the characteristics and things that you would be held hostage by being a black man. They don't get held to that same standard. And I think that's part of propaganda, but
Yeah,
could be
well, I
just me.
think the expectations are different. I think when you're looking, like I just like for me is I think it's cultural. I'm not gonna look
Mhm.
for the same thing in a black man that I would in a white man, because I think culturally I wouldn't even expect him to have it. Like I wouldn't expect, and I know this is stereotype, so I'm gonna just roll with the stereotype. I wouldn't expect a white man to be able to, let's say, dance on beat, right? You know what I'm saying? That's a stereotype. Is just a stereotype. So if I went to the club, I'm gonna overlook that because I already have the expectation that he's not gonna be able to do that. You understand what I'm saying? So when you already are dealing with certain expectations based on what you think certain races are, you are going to move different. So I'm going to hold you to a standard because we're of the same culture. So I know you should at bare minimum have some of the same cultural norms that I'm going to be looking for. But if I go outside of my culture, I'm not going to expect that that person is going to have the same cultural norms. So you are technically being judged by a different metric. It doesn't mean it's unfair. It means actually, I think it's fair because I can't expect a white person to have the same cultural norms that a black person would.
Are there cool
So,
are white boys, right? They're white boys with swag that exists, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that they represent the vast majority.
If a young if a dude that's black that's considered a nerd can't get a date, and somebody else can get a date that's the same equivalent that's not cool because they not black, that's self-hate to me. In my personal opinion, I think that's self-hate. Not
Well,
from you. I'm saying the people that do, you know what I mean?
Mm,
I'm not talking
so
about you, Miss Taken.
mm.
I just want to touch on, like, I was listening because I agree and disagree with parts of what she said. I agree with the part when she said you must be picked, and I agree with the part when she said the finite amount of marriageable black men. But she made a statement that kind of stood out to me when she said you're not being picked because you're black. What is the percentage of black men that aren't dating black women because they're black? I know that I'm not saying that that doesn't occur, but what is like
She didn't say
what is
date.
that percentage? That percentage,
That's different.
or
She
we
well, you got
know you'll date us.
married.
date.
We're
Well,
talking about
you
marrying
it's
us.
just when I
Married.
talk about date, I'm talking about dating with purpose. Dating with purpose means there's an intent to hopefully at some point get to the marriage stage. So how many? Like, what is that? That percentage has got to be less than 7% that
So
say I'm not going to marry you because you're black.
no, so she didn't say it was just being black, right? She
Yeah,
said
she
that,
did say that though.
but she was specifically speaking for herself and her own experience as a dark-skinned black woman. And I think that caveat is really important because we can't ignore the fact that colorism exists in our community, right? My experience as a black woman is very different than the experience of a dark-skinned black woman, right? The amount of times that I've heard even towards myself, that comparison to dark-skinned Black women gives me the ick, right? And if I'm hearing that as somebody who is stereotypically considered more desirable, I can only imagine what's being said to young women that look like her,
Then that
right?
goes back to Marcus's point about the self-hate piece.
Absolutely. So,
Like that's insane to me.
but to
You know,
that, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna add one piece. So no, it is insane, and I purposely make sure if I see like a woman wearing her natural hair, I go out my way to try and compliment her, and like dark skinned women that, because I be trying to make up for the bullshit that's occurred. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me give you some extra motivation and positivity just because I know you got extra negativity and discrimination coming your way in regards to your self image, and that's really important with women. I definitely be trying to do that a lot. Like I'm making my business. If you wear your natural hair, even if I'm not particularly a fan, I'm a fan of the idea of it. So I'm just gonna support you on that, just on that.
Yeah, and I personally have never heard it the way it was just expressed, right? With the skin tone, the melanin difference, like that. I've never like that. That's insane to me. I can't. I won't marry a dark woman. Like that's
So
wow.
it doesn't necessarily come out like that. It'll often, and I'm sure you've probably heard it this way, of like wanting the babies to look a certain way, right? Wanting the babies, hoping that the babies look more like the mother than the father, of, praying that they don't wind up with dark-skinned babies. Like, it doesn't necessarily go directly towards the woman herself, but if you're dark-skinned and she's dark-skinned, the likelihood of you having mixed race looking children is like almost non-existent, right? Statistically speaking. So it comes out in like these self-hating microaggressions all the time through everyday conversation. It's in music lyrics all the time. We were referencing Beyonce. She doesn't do, but people like Chris Brown and others do it. It comes out in so many different. So when you have a woman who's beautiful, right? She and there's no question about that. Young lady was beautiful, who's desiring marriage, who's heard nothing but negative comments towards her because of her, like the amount of melanin in her skin. What are her options, right? She's saying the men that I want aren't choosing me because of what I look like. She's not an overweight woman. She's not a woman with bad skin. She seems to be very well spoken. I don't know who she is, so I don't know what her rhetoric is like. But she's saying she wants to be with a Black man, but she's not afforded the opportunity of marriage because of her skin tone. So what are her options if she wants to get married? Is it to stay single or is it to go outside?
What's tricky about that comment? Because I've heard that argument made from a lot of women. The part that kind of is really really tricky is we not factoring in the delusion, right? Because she may get hit on by the men that are her equivalent. She just might feel she's much better than those men. And then when we was making the example of the equal exchange for exchange, man to man, race to race, then to then say, I'm just gonna go, it's back to the self-hate for me. But I agree with what you're saying. I just want to add that part in there.
I also real fast.
Mhm.
I understand what you're saying. I think that this woman has dates. I don't think that this woman is a beautiful woman. I think that she gets guys. Okay, I don't care what her complexion is. I can tell she probably gets guys. However, the key word here is marriage. Can we start focusing on her keyword is men who are marriage minded? Because to get a guy is one thing. To get a guy to marry you is a very different thing. A guy will have you in a relationship forever and not marry you. Okay, so I think what she's saying is to get a marriage minded guy who wants to marry her, she feels that she has to do this. But go ahead, Ms. Akin.
Well, that was what I was gonna say, that the caveat to what you were saying wasn't about her not being picked or even her being chosen by, like what you were saying in terms of delusional. She may be being picked by men, but she's not necessarily interested in those men who may be interested in her. My thing is, I guess for her, even the type of Black men that she's interested in, if they're not interested in her, her point is, I'm looking to be married. So if I have to have my other interests or whatever my standards are, that the Black men that I want that have those standards don't want me, then I'm okay with going elsewhere, with dating outside of my race, with men that have that meet the same standards that I want, but it just so happens that they're not Black. Because if my goal is to get married, and in this group of Black men, based on the standards that I want, don't want me, then I'm going to go somewhere else for those same group of men that have those standards who are looking to be married. And I think the biggest thing is the marriage part. We see it in these spaces, even statistically. The marriage rates have gone down across the board, no matter what race you look at. But in terms of getting married in general, Black people are at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to that. So she's absolutely right in terms of her even having access to marriage-minded Black men. So so that already puts her at a deficit. And then when you add on, I have certain standards that I need my Black man to meet. And I'm not talking about the superficial standards. Let's just assume that it's just, I'm going to just say basic characteristic standards that you would need to have a good marriage. So then if you put those standards in place, that also knocks off a whole bunch of men off her, Black men off her list, because there are a lot of Black men who just don't want to be married. So she's left with a little pool of men, Black men, that she can choose from, while she's competing among a whole bunch of Black women that are also competing for that small group of men. So it would make sense to broaden her options by going outside of just this small group.
See, I'm not suggesting that she does or does not, broaden her options. I'm trying to figure out how she came to the conclusion that it was her skin tone as to why she hasn't been picked for marriage through the marriageable guys that she's interested in, the marriage-minded guys that she's interested in. So, like, what man came out and said to her, I want to get married, you're a cool chick, but I can't get married to you because you are too dark? Like
so maybe,
how do you draw that conclusion?
Well, maybe it could be from an observation. It could be that the men that she's chosen or she's been with have left her for lighter skinned women. We don't know what her experience, how she came up with that conclusion. We can't knock the fact that even if people don't say we hate dark skinned women, we do praise light skinned women. We hear it all the time in music, like light skinned chick. Like you put it like it's a prize to have on your arm, that light skinned chick. So you don't directly say, I don't like dark skinned women, but you praise light skinned women too, over and over again, to the point where it's like, well damn.
The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The darker the flesh, the deeper the roots.
And that was in the 90s. Absolutely. That came out in the 90s. Where's the 2000? I mean, we got decades of songs. Can we bring it back?
Now, I'm gonna be honest, from what I see, and this is a minor observation. I can't say that this is general, but for what I've seen, to be honest, when I've seen white men dating Black women, that's the woman that they have. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. They're getting the dark-skinned women. I rarely ever saw a white man that is dating a Black woman with a light-skinned woman. Versus looking,
I see it. It's just not.
Not as prevalent. And like I said, I know this. I can't speak for an entire group. That's why I prefaced it with the fact that from what I've seen, in terms of those interracial couples where the woman is Black and a man is white, I've usually have seen the darker woman with a white man, where I can say in a black community, in my observation and looking at my family and stuff like that, that the way that they are paired off,
Yeah,
the men are typically, well, the men are darker and the women are lighter.
Yeah,
That's just what I've seen within my family and other families. I got on because my husband is light too, and they're like, "Oh, Dad, you the only one to end up, with somebody that look like your color." And I said, "Well, he's a little darker, but that's my point. I was the anomaly in the situation."
So I wanted to add too that that's not just a Black American thing. Like if you go to other countries, I've seen even with the passport bros, when the women are being interviewed from these other countries, the darker skinned Latinas or the women who are in other countries, they are also saying that the men are not choosing them. They are being chosen. The more white Latinas are being chosen over the brown Latinas. So that's not just an American thing. That is also taking place with the passport bros.
So the passport bros got numerous videos because I think we talked about this on the passport video, where I was saying the distinction was they said they were looking for black women, and when they went to those countries, they were looking for the black women of those countries.
So what happens is a lot of people don't think that there are white people in Latin America. They think that they're just light skinned. Okay. And so they feel like, oh, I got the light skinned sister. And then you looking at like, no, that bitch just, I'm sorry.
You tired. You let that slip.
People like, no, she white. I mean, I guess she got a little bit of complexion to her, but she's white. And so the darker women who look more like the Afro, look more African than they do, those women. I'm telling you, because I've seen these videos with these women who are actually being interviewed and they are saying they are being overlooked.
So I was trying to find this term earlier, and there's a famous art piece. I want to say it's from Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic, when it's a picture of a black grandma, a black daughter, a white husband, and a baby that looked white. And the joke in the picture was the grandma was smirking and the husband was smirking because the baby didn't come out black. There's some like ideology that says like about purifying the race or something by getting closer to light skin. That's like a thing. I think there was even a government program to try and institute that. Like this stuff deep. So when people be like racism and stuff doesn't exist, I'm like, bro, you are existing in some type of bubble.
And it can be as simple as a woman who is of darker shade knowing she's been treated a certain way, and she's like, I don't want my kid to have to go through that. Like I want my kid to have a privilege just like everybody else. So I'm gonna do this because I would never wish that on my child. So it's people who, it is unfortunate, but these are real situations that are taking place every single day, and we cannot ignore them because to do so is just, I don't know.
But so when I made the statement earlier about I go out my way to compliment them, this is what I'm talking about. Why I would do that. You know what I'm saying? If I know that that's what you up against, and because that's just crazy. It's just crazy that it's come to this, right? I mean, it's getting better, but it is worse
for us, and it's us who are doing it. It's, you understand what I'm saying? For other people to do it, it's different. But for us to do it to ourselves, like we don't have a family member who is of darker shade. We don't have it. Like that's the crazy thing about it to me, because I've seen beautiful dark skinned women. I've seen, men, but I've seen beautiful dark skinned women, and it's just crazy that I've literally seen men who choose a woman just because she's light skinned and this one is beautiful, and I'm like, they don't even look.
So, but I think like what you were saying earlier, the example of, a woman not wanting her child to go through that, that's how it starts. And if we're honest, most people don't know how to process feelings. So it turns into anger. Mm-hmm. Like you're gonna have a tough time in this world, so I'm gonna be tough on you so you grow thick skin, right? But then that child doesn't know how to internalize, so then they hate themselves, and then it just replicates generation after generation. And who taught us that? it's, you know what I mean? Like it
Mm.
didn't come internally. It's something that was internalized, that was given to us. Because when you go back before contact, that it was quite the opposite. Where it was the more melanated women who were more desirable. It was the more melanated men that were more desirable, right? We were taught these things, and out of survival, we had to adopt them. And it just never went away because it got passed down from generation to generation, because you had parents who weren't able to communicate what they needed to properly because they were still in survival mode themselves.
You know, I 100% agree. And to AP point earlier, I like to know how she came to the conclusion of that they were not dating her specifically because she dark skinned. Because maybe it's her attitude, right? Or maybe it's something else that's going on, right? It may. We all know that the dark skin thing exists, but I just was thinking about it. It might be something else with that particular person, and a lot of times people don't take self reflection.
I don't
But all the
think
stuff
it's a
we're
dark
talking about,
skin
real.
thing. I think it's a black thing. I don't think that black people are getting married.
And
Mhm.
I had thought about that too, but I'm only going based on
What she
what
said.
she said, because we can
Yeah.
make a lot of assumptions. So
Yeah.
It ain't a dark skin
really
thing. It's a
basic
black thing.
what she said. But I have heard the same, like how Inaz was saying. I have heard the same thing. I don't think the whole colorism is a delusion. It isn't. It definitely isn't. Even for me, even though I guess on the winning side, so to speak. But even I experienced it growing up, and I was very insecure about my color growing up because I wasn't darker. And I used to try to sit in the sun so I can tan, like, because of being like I'm the lightest one in my family. And so I felt like the outcast. Or then if you're around other girls who were darker skinned, sometimes you became the target of the the bad behavior of like, who did think she is, did light skin, stuff like that. So the colorism thing really, it truly exists. And I do know on the other side of the being attractive aspect of being, oh, look at that red bone, even when you're around other groups of women that are darker skinned, you know what I'm saying, that it makes you feel uncomfortable.
This is the thing right here. I think that black people have this obsession with other. For example, it's not just the skin too. Oh, your texture of hair. What are you mixed with? And you say, you got to be mixed with something to be, like, what is your obsession with that? Like, oh, you got this. It's like almost to the point where it's like the first thing that comes out of people's mouths, and it's like, what? Because I guess black people don't have long hair. I don't know what the rationale behind that is. It's just like the hair, skin complexion, it's crazy.
So that's not something that's like exclusive to black people, right? It's across all communities of color. You see it with the Hispanics, you see it with the Asians, like you see it in any community that has any amount of pigment. You see colorism exist. You see texture, like issues around texture exist. It's not exclusive to us, I think, because we see it amongst ourselves so much. And then it's like it's publicized, right? We don't see too many people in other cultures have videos go viral over these types of comments, but it does exist in those communities.
I remember seeing a video. It was in about Mexico, and there's a whole group of, I guess, what they call like Mexican, like Afro Mexicans, and they like was doing like a documentary on
I saw
how they
that.
were being treated in Mexico because they look African. They look straight black, where they don't have the same access to housing. So they're all like condensed in this one area. They don't have the same access to healthcare. Basically, the same issues that Black people face here in America. And I was like, oh wow, and again, the more lighter skinned Mexicans, the ones that looked mostly white, how they're typically represented in commercials and on the soap operas and things like that. So they were talking like, if you didn't know that they were in Mexico, you would think that they were here in the United States, having the same exact talking points that we have. So it definitely isn't just an American thing.
But I will say, this will be real quick. I'll say that we're taught it. I was just sitting thinking when you were talking about soap operas and stuff. At that time, I was literally thinking, I was like, every time I see in movies a successful black woman, she's typically lighter skinned. Anytime I see the angry black woman, she's typically darker skinned.
Now they say it all the time.
And if she is darker skinned and she still has European feet, you know what I'm saying? So there are dark skinned women who do well, but they still have like their bone structure may look a little bit more European than,
So I don't know if y'all remember the fact that they cast Zoe Saldana in the Nina Simone biopic instead of giving it to Viola Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And Zoe Saldana was like infamous on the internet for saying she wasn't black because she's a black Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
She had to claim her blackness in order to justify her taking that role away from somebody who looked more like Nina Simone.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But kind of going back to like the texture thing, like one thing that happens a lot in like Dominican salons, if you're not careful, is they slip in relaxers and other chemical treatments into women's hair to give them that more desirable texture. It's common in that community.
Maybe that's
even though
it breaking off.
It might be or like keratin treatments. What's that?
You think people put relaxers in people's hair without them knowing?
Absolutely. It's a known phenomenon that if you're not making sure, if you have a coarser texture, they will, like, if it's not a relaxer, it's a keratin treatment. It's something to give you that more desirable texture.
I know they charge more.
They might, right? And so
that hair and it's not blown, like if it's not, you know how you could just blow it out straight. I used to get charged.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing, right? Is like when they do things like that, it perpetuates the stereotype that, Hispanic women have good hair. A lot of them have treatments and don't know it or are encouraged to get the treatments in order to have desired texture, right? Like it really isn't just us.
What do y'all think is more dangerous? Propaganda or one man, like nationwide propaganda, or one man with a gun on a shooting spree?
Nationwide propaganda.
Without question.
Okay, just curious. I think a lot of times when you understand that, then you can look at the world from a lens where you can see, like I try and focus on, like, all right, if there manipulation occurring 9 times out of 10, it is. What is the direction of the manipulation? To whose advantage? To whose disadvantage? Why are they doing this? And then I try and make informed decisions based off understanding that. If you kind of look at the world through that lens, a lot of stuff will start to be like that. You'll be angry too, because you'll be like, damn, I really see what's going on now. But all of this is propaganda. Like, that's why I say I feel like that gender war thing is manufactured. You take in the social media age, back to my original point about what's sensationalized is the hottest thing, and negativity spreads faster. It's prime for the course. It was prime for the course for us to be in this position where we spent hours yelling at each other and calling each other names and saying we're gonna go get the other, and then you slide right in with a movie, a commercial, or a TV show where being with the other is the most safe, the most fun, the most luxurious, This is a propaganda machine.
I don't think it. So the thing about it is, I don't think it's the most safe. I think that at the end of the day, if nobody wants to marry you, if you marriage is the end goal for you, and you can't find you're only finding men who want to be in long-term relationships with you, and they are not seeking marriage, or you're only finding men who just want to sleep with you or whatever. You have to go where people want the same thing you want. It's compatibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Even that people don't like. So even men that want to be married, that the way we view women, right? So it's like the art created life, and then life imitates the art, right? So there was a era where when gangster rap first really started taking off, where women was talked about in a certain way, right? And then we started to view women like that, or they started to act like that. I can't really tell you which one came first, but that would remove the pool of marriage minded men through that narrative of propaganda by being pushed. Because at one point in time, it was all politically conscious, uplifting, like word from the street what was happening via the music. Then it turned into something else. And the thing that got picked up, pushed, and promoted was the something else. Especially when we're not the number one consumer base, so we can't even control the image at that point. Like all of that stuff is propaganda.
I beg to differ. You can control the image. The thing is that it's money over the mission, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so you have every right to control the messaging, but because the money is more important, you sell your soul in order to make the money. And I think that's the bigger issue. So we'll talk about, oh, it's the, the white people are buying the albums. Yes, they are, which also reinforces in their mind how we're pushing that narrative to them. They're consuming that music as well. The difference is they also have power behind that propaganda where we don't. And then the other thing is that we totally have the ability to change the direction and change the dynamic of what is being posted on social media, but we're playing into that ourselves. We're playing into that. So we can't blame the white man. We can't blame the man on our own choices of that type of behavior.
For real.
Now we can shut it down, and we've proven that in the 60s when we worked together as a collective to create a different change. But we're not willing to do that because we are easily bought.
The hyper capitalistic state that we in is responsible for the downfall of the community. Because I would argue that,
Absolutely.
yeah, the materialism that is displayed from the men and the women, and at this point, what you have to have in order to get the women that you want has led us into a loop where to get off this wheel, it's going to require it's knowledge itself really is the answer, but we struggle with nuance. So like knowledge itself is a foreign concept when you can't even determine nuance between conversations. Like people, I would love to give people more credit than I actually think, but it's hard when you just listen to people speak, and it's like you're hearing something that wasn't said, so you can go in the direction you want to go. So if they push some propaganda and it's in the direction they want to go, they're gonna take that so far to the extreme that it's really no. It's sad, really. It's really sad. It's sad. It really is sad.
And let me just tell y'all, like this is the comment that's happening now, but it's gonna be more women like that. It's gonna be a lot of Black women going that route. I can foresee it.
It's the result of propaganda. That's what it's intended to do.
The stats are already showing that, not like that the increase in interracial dating, not just Black women, but I mean across the board, that there's been an increase in interracial dating.
There was a time when I can say I rarely even saw it. It would just be like, one person out of, I have had in my social circle, I've had 3 friends in the last 3 years. Crazy. 3.
If all right, so with the metrics I used earlier, if you look at who benefits from the manipulation, what the end result is, and to whose detriment is it, if you like calculate those things, then you could see exactly what I'm looking at, and you probably be like, yeah, that is kind of, because what's the end result?
It depends on which lens you're looking through. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're looking at it at individual basis, especially looking at that young lady and her situation, for her, the end result is exactly what she was looking for. So if she ended up getting married and having kids and a family, which is what she was looking for, then there is no propaganda in her mind. You know what I'm saying? Because got the result she wanted.
I can't hear you, Mark. Your mic is.
Oh, I'm
tapping.
saying
Oh,
Okay.
let's say her kids end up doing the exact same thing. Then what happens? That's not a black person no more after that.
So what you're asking, so you're asking people, and this is for black men and black women alike. You're asking them to choose the community over themselves. Okay, you're saying, okay, because your kids your blackness may run out because of the choice that you're making, that you should go back and just be lonely and single and just keep taking the hits that you've taken and not get married. It's not gonna, people are just not gonna do it.
I'm not asking them to do anything. I'm just simply saying, what is the result and what's the sum of that result? I'm not telling nobody to do nothing. People free to live their own life.
They're not gonna do it though. They're not gonna look at it like that.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think it's any different or worse or you
yes. I know what you're asking. The answer is yes. I already answered.
Okay, let me
What am I going to say? No, and I'm not switching it out.
You don't got to go down that road. I'm already saying yes. So we can move on.
I was going to say, is it any different for men doing that with? No, that wasn't the direction I was going.
Okay.
What I was going is, do you think that situation is worse or any different than what we're going through now in terms of the education system indoctrinating us into a whole different, what we'll say, white capitalist mindset where we've lost our culture? You know what I'm saying? So do you think if her marrying a white man and having mixed kids versus her mindset still being indoctrinated into the Western American system because she can pass that on to black kids? So how does that make any difference when the end result, I guess, to me, I don't know which one would be worse. Can't hear you.
Hit the microphone again.
I say it's up to that person. I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm just saying to think sometimes. Like just think about what you do in life. Just think. Just please.
So let's look at that. Let's look at the options. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Enos. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to answer Ms. Jenkins' question. So the issue is, and this has been studied for generations, right? With mixed race children, is they typically have an identity crisis. Mm-hmm. And they will typically align themselves with the identity that is most predominant around them. Mm-hmm. Right? So what does that, and I'm not saying people shouldn't do it, like do what you want, but what does that result in? Does that result in the next generation being more connected and finding their roots, or does it result in a generation of people who continue to fall into the propaganda, whether they're conscious of it or not? And that's really the problem, is it typically just continues to steer farther away from the goal that Black people are trying to attain of becoming more connected in community, becoming more grounded in shared identity, becoming stronger and being built together, right? If we're going to propose a solution, I can't believe Marcus missed this twice. But really, would legalizing polygamy become a viable solution? If women really do outnumber men to that degree, would it not make sense to allow men who are able to take on more than one woman?
Well, they're
especially if they,
even though it's not legal, even though it's not legal, but that doesn't account for those women who don't want to be in a polygamous relationship. So that would benefit those women who don't mind and the men who can afford to do that. But that still leaves out a whole group of women who don't want to be in that situation. So what are those women?
Mute your mics. I hear somebody breathing real hard.
So what?
Sorry, scratching my head.
So what are those women left to do other than either be in a forced polygamous relationship if they want to remain loyal to their race, or lower their standards for a man just so they can again be loyal to their race, or maybe they can do, still marry somebody Black, but it may not necessarily have to be if they're American, do the same thing that the passport bros are doing. Go overseas somewhere else and look for a Black person. That
You don't have an issue with that solution that you just proposed, the last one. Yeah, I don't, because I see us all as one anyway. So interesting, Tam. Did we even get to your main topic?
Wait, let's read this. Did we do this one?
Yeah, we read that one.
Okay.
Wait. What did he say?
Let Go says women are children. That's why you're right. Placing a carbon monoxide detector in the closet is something a 12-year-old would do. You could die. Shaking my head.
So give me.
You already explained it.
Give me 5 seconds of my time, because I'm just give me 5 seconds. It's gonna be boring to you, but y'all, because I ain't gonna be talking about me. Okay. Let me okay. Look,
I love your vaulted ceilings.
Look,
Those are really nice.
Check this out. Okay, this is where the carbon monoxide detector should be. Okay, right there. Okay. So, if you walk over here, all right, look at that. There goes another one. There's another one. Okay, if you look up there, I'm trying to see if I can get my camera, because I'm not going up there. If you go up there, there's another one up there with the fire detector. It's okay. It's going to be detected. If it's in my house, I'm going to hear it. One of these motherfuckers going to pick it up. Okay?
Where's the closet? Wait, where's the closet that is in
the closet right there? Boom, with the little Y'all gonna leave me alone. And there's one in the basement. Okay, thank you.
The men probably gonna super chat you walking around bouncing and stuff. They probably would appreciate it.
Y'all get on my nerves. I can't do nothing right.
All right, y'all. Y'all want to call it the name?
Are y'all done?
Well, what's the main? Did we hit the main?
Well, we were just talking about they're all of the things are, come up to that one topic. It's not like a certain chat.
Come up under what? Like the
the question was, are Black women to blame for low marriage rates?
I think we play a part in it though too.
Oh, we do, because we talked about sex. We give out sex without commitment. That's our part. What was our other part?
The other part is we do need work in terms of how we interact with our men.
That's true.
I have to, like, I know a lot of times women, like, well, when we're in these spaces, is like we're going back and forth with the men, but there's definitely some validity to what they're saying. I don't necessarily agree with everything they're saying, and to the extreme and degree with some of the stuff that they are saying, but I can definitely agree that there is work that we need to do on the way that we do interact with our men. And in addition to that, I also think in the way for that to improve too is also along the lines of men being open to giving us that time to make those adjustments and being consistent on their end with supporting us while we go through that. I forget it, AP. You just threw me off.
We're taking ultimate accountability too, right before. All right, the AP accountability partner with the 10 ball. Shan, can you bounce, walk for us one more time?
Y'all get on my nerves.
Put a one in the chat if that's what y'all want to do.
No, we don't. Don't put no ones in the chat.
Because so this is what I think, and y'all jump in and tell me. So I think what's happening is that men are getting frustrated, right? Because they want Black women to be a certain way in relation to them, right? But on the flip side, I also think women are becoming frustrated as well. Mm-hmm. And so what happens is we are focused on the frustrations of what one is or is not doing, that we are totally not looking at where is the common baseline that we need in order for us to just come together on a common ground. Like, we don't even have the idea of what the common ground is. And I think if we don't have that, that nothing can happen, because you have men that are expecting, like, we're having it up to here. Black women need to get there and change their attitudes. They need to do X, Y, and Z. If not, we're out. That's why we're going to go, passport bros or go outside of our race. And Black women are kind of feeling the same way. Like, if Black men don't get it together and they don't make this amount of money, or if they don't have this level of education, then if they don't get it together, then we're just going to go somewhere else. But at the end of the day, I think just like men want to feel respected, women want to feel loved. And I don't think either one of us are meeting that need. And to me, I think that's the baseline. And we don't have that. That's where it needs to start. And we don't have the patience, or not just the patience, but also the grace to give each other time to actively work towards getting better.
So,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Could you put your hair in a ponytail? I think it's interfering with the mic.
Oh,
Matter of fact, take your hair and do this.
Yeah, put it
Yeah.
put it in a ponytail.
y'all motherfuckers get on my nerves.
I'm just that's
I
them.
should have never got my ass up.
Trying to help with the production of the show. Don't blame me for being a perfectionist.
My behind, potty mouth. I do apologize.
So I agree with you, Mistaken. I think, to me, it boils down to two things, and Marcus touched on both of them a little bit earlier, right? One, I think, is mismanaged expectations. Women have these expectations, Black women have these expectations of Black men that just seem insurmountable at this point, right? Mm-hmm. And then Black men have these expectations of women that they should just come ready-made. You should be able to know what to do, how to do it, for me specifically, right out the womb, right? I think that's the point of frustration, is that we have these expectations that are unrealistic for each other, and we're frustrated with each other that we're not able to attain it without looking at things, to the second point, the level of introspection, to really determine whether or not these expectations make sense. Are they feasible? Are they likely? Is it going to take work to get there, right? We're not even looking at ourselves anymore, right? I know you just did, so kudos to you. But most people are not looking at themselves anymore to say, okay, listen, what do I need to change about myself in order to get the results that I need? It's so much about the other person that we start to project our own garbage onto other people and tell them that they stink, right? Mm-hmm. It's both those things in tandem that have created this rift that I think is fixable, right? But I don't know that most people are willing to put in that work, because it is work. It's not easy. It's challenging to go against the grain. It's challenging to look at yourself and be like, I'm not really good at this. And it doesn't feel good to say that. But that's the first step to fixing a problem, is acknowledging it, right? Instead of pointing towards each other. I think if people really looked at themselves a lot more, it would change the way that they looked at the world, which would also change the way they interact with other people. I just don't know how many people are up for that challenge.
I go back to so this is where I jump back in with we have to set the tone for it, because when women follow you in the relationship and you create a rule of engagement as far as how we speak to one another, how we interact with one another, the way we express affection with one another, you can problem solve and create an environment where a lot of the interactions, the back and forth negative, that just doesn't happen. But we can't, as men, say, all right, I'm gonna match your energy as a woman. You yelling at me, I'm gonna yell at you. You got to tell her, hey, stop that, sit down. This is not how we going, this is not how we about to interact with each other. That's not acceptable. It's not okay. I don't know who you did that with, but I'm not him. We stopping this right now and stand on it and be willing to stand on it. And then it can, you know what I'm saying? It can go the right way. But as long as you, when you mirror feminine energy, it's feminine energy.
Mhm.
Like you are mirroring feminine energy. And you just playing ping pong back and forth. We got to be the bigger people and just stop that shit in its tracks. Like, no, that's not how this thing go, baby. It don't work like that. This not gonna work this way. And move forward.
So I think all three of you have actually touched on it with the expectations while not being healed and complete ourselves. And until we address that part of it, all of the other conversations are kind of moot. We have to be able to acknowledge that we ourselves are not complete. We ourselves are not quite ready. So how can I expect you as a mate to be ready, to be complete? Because what will happen is one of us will will begin to disregard the other one. If I'm complete and you're not, we're not on the same level. We're gonna have tons of compatibility issues. But if we both are able to recognize that we weren't taught, we're not ready, but we're willing to be patient with each other and learn as we go on this journey. Somebody said in the chat, fly the plane while it, fly the plane while build the plane while it's in the air. If you're willing to actually take that journey, you'd be surprised what can come of it. But we all want it now. We've all been taught instant gratification, and it's unfortunate. It's going to continue to be where we are in this community. It really, for me, it actually hurts my heart. But what can we do?
And I'm glad that you brought this up because it goes. Do you guys have time for one more video? Because it kind of goes into a video that I had prepared, but we didn't get to it. This conversation. What did you want to say, Ms. Aiken?
I was just gonna say, like, we started earlier with the list, right? Of places not to go, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We are in a solving mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if we were to create a list of what they say rules of engagement?
Mm-hmm.
If we were to create a list like that for Black women and men in terms of being able to interact with each other, what would be, I say, the top 3 to 5 things that you would say we would need to have, like women would need to come with and men would need to come with, in order for us to truly at least start bridging the gap to some degree where we can at least come to the table? Because like right now, I think there is a long table and one is all the way at this end and one is all the way at that end. So if we were to get a shorter table where we can come closer, what would we add? What would we put on that list to say, if Black men and Black women did these things, at least these, because remember I was saying about the baseline. What is the baseline? I'm just talking about basic. What would be the top 3 to 5 things that we would need to come to the table with to at least bridge the gap somewhat?
I'm just offhand snowballing and freestyling, but so I think I'll go one for one. So for men, I think no particular order, but be able to temper your conversation so it can be effectively communicated to the person you're speaking to. For women, be able to listen to what he's saying and not feel like it's a personal attack. For men, be able to exist in a space where you understand that your look to and your words mean more. So you really never say things that are hurtful or that can be damaging to the person. For women, understand that he's not perfect. He's gonna make mistakes, and you've got to be able to work with him while he grows. For men, we we need to redefine the way we view our masculinity so we don't isolate ourselves to unfeeling wallets, and we can be a more all-encompassing human. For women, don't put unrealistic material expectations on that man that will have him feeling like all he is a wallet and a non-human emotionally. Um, and we all need to clean our room before we go outside and look at anybody else's room or house. So point the finger inward and figure out what you can fix within yourself so that you can attract the spirit, the energy of the person that reflects what you're trying to be. Um, for women, creating a list of tangible things and who you would like to be, and find those things within a man that are non-monetary. And I'm not saying money isn't important. I'm just saying specifically for trying how we interact. Create a list that's non-monetary as far as actual tangible traits that you would like to see passed on into your children. And for men, look at our kids as our future and understand that we need to pour into them fully in all ways, shapes, and metrics, and be the example of the men we would like to have been raised by. Like, be the example of the man you wanted to be raised by. And for women, be the example of a mother you wish you had.
What would you say, AP?
So I'm not as wordy as Marcus, and I actually believe he was pretty eloquent, to be perfectly frank. Both sides need to exercise a level of patience, which is one on both sides. Two would be a level of understanding and open communication while tempering emotions. So basically, listen to understand and comprehend, not just to reply. And I would say that to both sides. Oftentimes, I feel like we get into a space to where we're listening to reply and argue instead of just comprehend and understand. That's where I would start, because I believe those two things you'd be able to create the dialogue to build your list out. And don't be afraid to compromise. Like, right there, I think now you can say, okay, now we have a place where we can start and say, these are the additional things I'm looking for. These are the additional things that I'm looking for. And you've begun a structure to where you can have real dialogue and say, okay, and also then you can say, you know what's for you. Oh, that's the other part. Know yourself. Really, truly know yourself. Don't, Marcus has already said it. He said it very well. But if you're broken, know you're broken and understand you're broken and be working to fix the broken parts of you, and not, what's the word? Deflect that onto the other person. Come to the table with that. We can build anything. But I thought Marcus said it so well, because every point I was thinking, he said, "Oh yeah, and." So
great minds think alike, man. Great minds think alike.
I just think you did a pretty good job with that. I really do. Like, there's really not much that could be added, especially from a male's perspective.
And that's why I wanted to hear Enos from a female perspective, Enos and Shan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the gentleman did a fantastic job. I think I'd just add a couple of things. One, I think so many people need therapy. And it doesn't have to just be talk therapy. There are other forms of therapy, but I think so many people have issues on top of issues on top of issues stacked on each other that I think a lot of people just need help kind of reorganizing things. The gentleman talked about emotionally tempering. I think both men and women alike need emotional regulation tools. I think tempering a conversation is incredibly efficient when you've mastered how to emotionally regulate. I think it would save so many relationships if people just held their tongues, cooled off, and just came with like a very clear mind in order to revisit the conversation instead of saying things that are hurtful and harmful to not just the other person, but to the relationship itself.
Mm.
And then there's like the self-exploration part. They talked about knowing yourself, but it takes stripping all of the things that everybody's ever told you you are in order to figure out who you are for yourself and walk in the world looking like that. I think people need to stop allowing others to label them and choose what they want, and not on like a rainbow alphabet community type of thing, but on just like being told what your place in this world is, right? The moment people can decide that for themselves, they start to attract people who can see that in them and encourage that in them. Not just a romantic partner, but just like a tribe around you of people who want to see you fulfill and grow into that person and will help give you the tools. So those are my three.
Shan,
Well said.
you full of it. All right, go ahead, play your video.
Okay.
Man, get your list.
I would say, I think the first thing I would say is understanding. I don't necessarily know how that would be expressed individually, but I personally feel that if your goal is to understand the other, that opens the door for for it opens the door for me or us to come to the table to at least start a conversation. If I know that we're walking into a situation where the goal is understanding, I think that can be one of the basic aspects. I think the other one is respect, for, in terms of the way we talk to each other, but not just that, but respect for oneself and respect for those that are around you. So I guess that falls into that whole like do unto others kind of mindset. But I guess if like kind of what y'all was saying, if you don't know yourself or love yourself, then you're going to treat somebody like that the same way. But I mean, from a more healthy, understanding of self. So treating others the way you would want to be treated. And then the other one is acceptance. I think we spend so much time trying to change the other person or people into what we think they need to be, as opposed to allowing the person to be who they are and then support them in the growth that they need to have. And a lot of times in these spaces we hear the men saying the woman need to do X, Y, and Z. And then we hear the women say the men need to do X, Y, and Z, where we're just not looking at, by trying to change them, you're actually not allowing them to, I guess, express that, what's the word, like not je ne sais quoi, but like that thing that makes them, right?
Essence.
Yes, great word. Yes, the essence of who they are. So we're trying to change people so much to the point that we want everybody to be like little robots, as opposed to that thing, that essence that was given to us that made us special. So I think those are the three things: understanding, having respect for each other, and then acceptance. Those are my three.
think a lot of these issues that we're having, because I can't find the video, I don't think JR uploaded it, but do you think a lot of these issues that we're having are all centered around dating? All the issues.
No, I think it's relationship, not necessarily dating, but relationship, because we see these same issues among Black women interacting with each other. We don't know how to interact with each other, have respect for each other, have a level of understanding for each other. We can be very judgmental towards each other without even knowing each other. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a relational thing that we have a problem with.
I don't agree with that. I think it starts with relationships. Like, we learn these behaviors in the home. We learn
relationships, not romantic relationships, relationships.
Right, but follow the thought process, right? Like, if there's a broken relationship that's leading the example for the household, that's where everything starts. Where those children now don't understand how to have a functional relationship. That parent is probably a single parent, or there's like a parent who's physically there who isn't active, right? How much do you think it's being instilled in those children to cooperate with one another, to cooperate with the children in the neighborhood? And then you take the relationship between the mother and father, right? And how that's trickled down. And then you add that to the houses around. I think it really does start with a relationship, because when that relationship fosters a healthy marriage, it fosters healthy children. And when that's replicated from home to home, it fosters a healthy community. I think relationships, and why we harp on it so much, it's the very root of all of the other issues that come from it.
Communication and conflict resolution. Right. I just think we suck at that in general. Like, you'll see the smallest things turn into a full-fledged blow up, and then people would cheer it on because we love to watch a car crash.
I
Like,
would say effective communication, because we
yeah,
communicate. We communicate.
Yeah. Like, it's really not that hard. It bothers me when somebody can say it's more realistic to have a relationship where you fight all the time as opposed to a relationship where you don't ever fight. There's something wrong with that. Like, at its core, that is a crazy thought.
Because that's what's been modeled, I think. I think that's the experience that a lot of people in our community have. So for them, that is the norm. That's the more realistic, because that's what they see most of the time. So when they don't see it, that's unrealistic. Like, okay, yeah, that one person, that's just that one example of that. So I guess that how do we, I guess in that regard, if it starts in a home and a home is broken, then the question is, do we ever really get to a point that we make necessary changes to get to the point where marriage becomes a goal for the community?
Personal accountability. Like, we're not going to be able to fix people outside of ourselves. We just got to fix ourselves. And then if everybody fixed themselves, this whole thing would be done. It doesn't require you to go out and do anything to anybody else or for anybody else. Everybody just need to really fix themselves, or get in a communion or community where you guys can help fix each other. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is about negativity and anger, but it seems to be the most transactional. Like, it seems to be the one thing that we all can agree on how to engage in. It's really sad when you think about it. Like, your life could literally be blissful, and people think I'll be high all the time because I'll be floating. I'm happy in life. Things be going the way I want them to go, and it come from a mindset. And it's not exclusive to me, right? Self-esteem is something that you have the choice to give yourself. And I understand that there are barriers that prevent people, like maybe when they were younger, they weren't affirmed or told they was worthy or valuable, or that they could feel good about themselves. But You might not be able to control your finances. You might not be able to control every sphere of everything that comes into your way. But if we're gonna be delusional, why don't we be delusional about being I'm a good person and I'm gonna operate from that. Even if you're the worst person, I'm a good person, I'm gonna operate from that. I'm not gonna go out here and slander other people. I'm not gonna attack people's happiness. I'm not going I'm not gonna see something someone else has and feel as though I should have that and become jealous. I'm not gonna exist in the jealousy plane. I'm not gonna just I'm not gonna find all the negative things in life, focus on them, and then internalize them and live a negative experience. We literally get to choose our life. If things aren't going your way, you can even choose how you view that, right? You could take a loss and view it as a lesson. And that lesson can be the thing that propels you forward. But if every loss is something to hold your head and sit down and soak in, you will be forever in that mode. And this life will seem miserable to you. Life is a gift. It's a great thing. At all times, you can experience joy whenever you choose to. Whenever you sort of a chemical imbalance or one of those actual clinical disease, right? You have a choice at all times. Why don't people just choose to see the glass as half full and not half empty? Why don't people choose to, like, I can find the type of women that I like. There are a lot of negative women out here. I don't have to talk to them. I could just talk to the type of women or people I like. Why don't people just make that choice? Why do we wallow in misery? Why is that so comfortable? Why do people gravitate to it? I just it baffles me, right? I don't know.
Do you think people know if they have a choice? Like, you're speaking from a perspective of having that level of understanding, but what if you don't know that you have a choice, right? And I know that sounds crazy, but when you're in an environment and this is all you see, I don't think you think that it's a choice. I think you just move in the environment that you're in until you come to a point in which maybe you meet somebody or something happens that then puts you in a position to force change or know that now you do have an option or a choice. It was something that I was watching from I think it was Hardly Initiated. I can't remember who was on it, but it was some kind of a therapist. And this hit me so hard in a sense of recognizing she had made a point. I had wrote it down. She had said, healthy cannot live in a wounded environment. You can't nurture it. You can't get well in the same places that make you sick. And I think a lot of times that's exactly where our community is. We have a few that are healthy, but those few don't outnumber the ones that are sick. Like, how you go to a hospital, like when this whole COVID situation happened, you had way more sick patients than you had the doctors to fix them. And I think that's the state that we are in as a community. So how do, I guess, kind of what you're saying is having the choices. How do we change the narrative to put out there to allow more people to understand that they have choices to make different choices to have a better trajectory?
Before you
What y'all
answer,
doing?
Marcus, real quick before you answer, because I kind of want to add on to what Miss Taken was saying. Everything that you said is spot on, but it requires self-reflection. And in order to look at yourself and acknowledge that you yourself are not whole, you have to know that you're not whole. So, and this just goes back to Miss Taken's question: how do you know that you're not whole when everything in your environment tells you that you're just like everybody else because that's your environment?
It's so funny that never mind, I was gonna be off topic. Never mind, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I know, like, it's a taboo subject and I bring it up a lot, but that's one of the bases of where I get that beliefs from. Replicating, when you're saying there's more patients than doctors, right? That's
Mhm.
kind of how I view the dating thing. There are good people that need to replicate, but it's not enough of them. How do you do that? it's literally like, how do you replicate the few into the? You have to. Y'all know. I don't even want to say it, but y'all know. You absolutely know.
But Marcus, do you think most men
No,
that's my point, is
but
that
that's the reason.
even though that's a solution that may be a viable solution, I don't think most men are operating from the mindset of what true polygamy is supposed to be.
No, I agree. No, I agree. But that's why. But when I said I think this is how I view it. Like, if it's 10 people, 9 of the people, like say it's 10 men, 9 of them aren't ideally in the right headspace, and one is. If that one man had 10 people, the next generation could be fixed. That's why I think about it like that. Like,
I watched that show, the polygamy show.
that's them. That's them. That don't mean he was good just because. Yeah, that's them. I'm saying, how do you self-replicate a winning thing? You have to scale it. You can't keep it. You have to scale things that are positive, right? So I'm not advocate, like, because here's the thing, that the downside of that could be somebody could negatively scale it and create worse people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can scale it, was my whole premise.
So, but to the point you were making earlier about people's attraction to negativity, I will say that, like, there are so many negative examples of polygamy, and people get attracted to it because they get attracted to that negativity. Whereas, like, people who are happily living in polygamy live in their quiet little bubble, segregated away from all of the negativity that exists outside, right? And so it's not sensationalized to the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing with people who are happy in monogamy. They in the bubble too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we isolate ourselves so we don't get tainted by the other stuff. But sometimes so that when you walk outside, it's not as bad. You have to expose yourself so that other people can see that there's another way. People have to be able to identify that this is not the only way, to your point earlier. Because what do you do when you don't know any better? And your environment just this is all it shows you. You have to have an example of the things that you want to emulate. If you don't have the answers innately.
So, but to that point, like, if you're unwell, you still know that you're unwell. You might not know what it is exactly, right? And so I don't know that just because, like, trauma, hurt, or like people who aren't whole has been normalized means that people don't feel that they're not whole. Because if they did feel whole, then they would move differently as a collective, right? Then we've just normalized not being whole. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think you have to have the opposing experience. So the way that you know peace is through chaos, right? You can't understand peace until you see what it isn't, right? And so I think part of that is that if I'm hurt, but this is a normalized feeling because I've been walking around with this all the time, then in my mind, that's normal. I wouldn't know it to be any different until I experience something different.
So what do you do when chaos is fun? It's too desirable to let go.
Well, that's the dysfunction
That's the
that we're
problem.
talking about. Yeah, that's the dysfunction that we're talking about. Like, I remember I just saw something not too long ago where actually it was on it was a different couple. Like I their show is really good in terms of just kind of looking at perspective, where it was one woman who was saying, I loved to fight. Like, that was my thing. I like to fight. And with that, it hit me like, dang, like how messed up you have to be when you look at violence and you're looking for the violence because you enjoy it. So you know that I mean, it has to be so, because most people avoid violence, right? They don't want to get hurt. But when you're seeking that out, you know that is an area that something internally is going on, that you would seek something out that could potentially hurt you. And I think that's what, as a community, I think that's what we do, or appear. That's what it appears like, that we are seeking out the hurt intentionally, which I know we're not. I think that comes from a deeper issue, but it that's the way it looks like. The frustration, the anger, you know, a lot of times anger masks what is really fear, things like that. But we don't, because we don't have the emotional ability and
Range.
touching the range, yeah, all of those things, to recognize what that is, and then go somewhere to get help, so we can be able to identify and learn to regulate those things and learn tools to address it. Like, you know, it takes, like, I guess, like how Marcus was saying, I mean, he was using it on a polygamous aspect to replicate it, but sometimes it just takes one person in your family to be that change. So if just imagine if each family member, just one person in that family, they can create, not to say that they would end up being able to change everybody, but they could potentially change a household. And then that group then affects the community, because then they have friends, you know, they have other people that they deal with, that those things will also rub off on them as well. So we just need to reach one. When we look at it that way, to me, that seems feasible.
Mistaken, you reminded me of a joke. I believe it was Steve Harvey. He said that that white people hope, black people wish. And I'm going to use the example of violence. White people say things like, I hope no one bothers me. I hope this goes well. While black folks say, I wish a nigga would. But 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 I mean, it goes all back into the mindset that you were just talking about. Like that's how many of us view it. I wish you would. I wish they would say that to me. I wish he would come at me that way. I wish she would. Like it's insane, and it's just one word change. I hope it works out.
The only reason I hate that is that that was taught to Black people and then told that that is a characteristic of Black people, because the amount of violence, chaos, trauma that was inflicted into bringing Black people into this position in the first place, and then being told, don't be violent, don't enjoy chaos, don't be so traumatized, like as if it just appeared out of nowhere. It feels disingenuous, right? Like, you did this with the very means that you're now demonizing, and you taught this and you're still demonizing it as if you had nothing to do with it. And so, like, I think the joke is funny. It's very funny, but I think that comparison of white people to Black people feels almost comical at this point, because Black people aren't actually naturally like that. It's a product of slavery.
So we have to retrain ourselves to get back to our natural self, our natural selves.
That come through knowledge itself.
Incentive, because that's really what it is. We move when things are incentivized. Like the behavior that we see in social media is being incentivized, whether it's through attention, whether it's through monetary gain, things like that. And I think in order for it to work, it has to be incentivized. It has to be some kind of reward that people see in order for them to move in a different way. And that reward has to be something that they want. So it's like in ABA, like therapy, Like that's one of the things, like, well, just behavior therapy in general, is that you have to find out what that person is willing to work for in order to create the change that they need. And so if we're saying, oh, community is great, marriage is great, having children is great, if I don't see it, if I'm living in a community where I don't see it, I see broken families, I see, education not really changing anything. When I see that I'm struggling trying to get food on the table, and I see all of these things, but you're saying if you just do these things, it'll change. What is the incentive when I have needs now? Because the smash and grab, there's an incentive, even though it's bad behavior, there's an incentive there if I don't get caught. But I'm willing to take the risk because the reward is greater than the risk. So how do we make that? How do we incentivize a changed mindset?
And I think this might be why we talk about celebrities so often, right? Because in order to change, you have to adjust the propaganda. We're back at that word. You- So what we see far too often are all of these negative stereotypes that, in my opinion, don't have a real foundation, but we adopt this foolishness because we're fed it. We honestly need the media classes help in order to reach the masses. And I know we talk about social media and all of these things, and you don't necessarily need the media class anymore. I just disagree because they set the tone and the temperature for the room that creates the environments inside of social media. And until we can get more black actors and actresses to turn down these ridiculous roles to help keep our mindsets in these same places, we're basically foot soldiers trying to change the world when we can simply be silenced. That's really one of my takes on it.
But wouldn't, so I think that everybody's exposed to the same thing that we're exposed to, right? Wouldn't that still, wouldn't the best thing to do be start at home, like having a better family foundation, so even if you're exposed to something, that foundation is still, so rock solid.
I
that you wouldn't
agree.
even-
I agree, yes, but I think Ms. Taken made a very valid point when she was talking about the incentivizations. There's no incentive for the nuclear, like there's no incentive that's sold to us, that's propaganded to us to have a nuclear family. So as long as there are other incentives that are available outside of having a nuclear family, you we can't start there because shit, nobody's married, nobody's nuclear anymore. And that's the foundation of the whole community.
So I think the problem is like most people have become dopamine addicts, right? So if the incentive isn't instantaneous, then we don't care. People lose interest, right?
That's valid.
Because to your point of what you were saying about celebrities doing things, I don't know if y'all have seen the movie The Great Debaters.
I love that movie.
That's great.
I don't know if you know the story behind it, but that movie was not going to go into production. And Denzel said he would take the role in order to make sure it was produced because it was an important storyline. Most people don't know that, right?
I didn't.
There are a lot of these instances where people are doing things to help better the community, but because we don't care about that, we're so attracted to the negativity that it's it's up for 3 seconds, we lose interest because somebody's fighting in a KFC, right? Like That really is the problem. There are plenty of celebrities, Black celebrities, who've been married for a long time, who have successful families. We don't focus on them because it's not negative media attention. We focus on the Will and Jadas, right? Morris Chestnut has been married for over 2 decades, happy as can be. Nobody's talking about him, right? Because we're so incentivized by negativity and instant gratification, nobody's willing to wait out the positive results. Nobody's willing to put in the kind of work that creates longevity. It's either now or nothing. Everybody's on to the next thing by the time they've already decided that they don't want it anymore. They haven't even fully invested in the decision that they don't want something anymore, and they're already out the door.
That's very valid. Very valid.
Anybody else want to add something?
I think.
Did you read the super chats?
It ain't no but AP messing with people.
We're gonna
Money counts. His money matters.
Oh my gosh! Thank you, AP. We see them all.
The AP accountability partner, $10. Hey Shan, can you bounce and walk for us one more time?
Not gonna happen.
Okay. AP accountability partner, $5. That's the one from Isaiah also, though.
If you said Isaiah, I was surprised. Isaiah, oh Lord.
AP accountability partner, $5.
Oh, sorry.
I can be thirsty if I want to. There's at least 5 ones in the chat. Sham Monet, formerly Shantae, Roxanne. Bounce for your man.
Roxanne.
The AP accountability partner is $5. We love you, Shan. We love you, Shan.
You're hilarious, AP. Okay. Did anybody have any last words of encouragement for our community? Anything? I don't think, y'all, I'm going to be honest. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't think this is going to stop anytime soon. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
It always has to.
Can we come up with so y'all have the list going on? We need to come up with a list of our own.
Of what?
And post that on social media.
The list for what?
A list of kind of like what we were talking about, just in terms of relationship or bringing the community together, or men and women, black men and women being able to interact. Like they're talking about dating. That was what those lists were. Don't take a woman out on a date. So what about taking a woman out on a date, or these are the things you need to do when you're doing a date, or the other one that the men had. Like, I don't know, but I think what part of it is the being able to incentivize, since social media has been a big area in which we receive a lot of our information. Most of that information is negative. When you want to see the positive, you have to go look for it. I think maybe if we can start a trend of flooding social media with more positive, where you don't have to go look for it, that is just there, that could potentially help. And I don't think that costs. I mean, that really doesn't cost anything.
I think that's a great idea. We could do it in a group chat. Create
too. I don't normally agree with Miss Taken, but something was on her tonight.
Yeah, I would agree. She could start that list.
That's because Chamonix boobs kind of.
This is not okay. See, I can't help if my boobs are big.
So now your mind is open to receive. Like, man, all of that other stuff Mistaken was saying, I actually agree now that my mind is clear.
You know, you got to read the list jumping up and down. Like one, you need to. You got to do that.
That would go super viral.
You know,
Yeah.
let me just tell you one way.
She got
one way that men can be helpful when it comes to dating. If you know that this is a woman that you don't have interest in and you just want to smash her, don't do companionship. Make it known that that's exactly what you do. Who has me echoed?
It's always Marcus.
Don't be cuddling, don't be spooning, don't spend the night, and let her feel it, and it'll stop.
What do you mean let her feel it?
Hold on, yeah, you got to say that all up. Say
So-
that again, because Marcus had you on echo.
So if you know this is a girl that you're just trying to smash, okay?
You got to move your hair. The mic, we can't hear you.
What is happening is just like you guys are saying, we're confused about who the women are. The women are confused too. Women are confused on whether they are in the spot for to be married or they're just in the smash spot because you treat them the same. You're whining and dining them. You're spooning them at night. You're spending the night. You probably call them. You probably do all the same things that you do with a person that you are serious about. And at the end of the day, neither one of them leading to marriage. So it's hard to distinguish the two. So if you want to stop women from being in the streets, make there be a line, a true line and show like, no, this is how I see you and nothing else. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you're about that life, treat her that way.
So
They said move your hair. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I just want to point out the chat did confirm that they can't hear you because of your hair. Just kind of throw it back. But this is what I do want to. This is what I do want to say to the men tonight. You're gonna shoot 30% no matter what happens. You might as well tell them exactly what you want right out the gate. Your percentage is not going to change. What does change is the kind of woman that you get and the way she responds to you. If you give them the choice, either they're going to choose, no, I'm not with that tonight, or they're going to say, hell yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for tonight. So you might as well keep it 100. Your shooting percentage will not change.
Do it tactfully though. Don't.
Oh yeah,
A lot of people think telling the truth is offending somebody. You can tell somebody the truth without offending them, and get what you want. And that person might not.
Great distinguish.
I do want marriage, but for you, I think I kind of want something casual because you're such an attractive person. But it's just casual for me.
But you're the one right now.
Yes.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, no, say it. Nobody can ever get mad at you for being honest.
No, the reason I said that because it was similar to like one of those like IG things. Like, imagine if we were really honest from the beginning about what it is.
I love those.
So that's where that was from. Like,
imagine which one is worse? You saying, "Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I do want a casual relationship with you, but I really don't see you as being my future wife." Or I'll just string you along and make you think, waste 5, 6, 7 years of your life.
Gentlemen, don't do either. Gentlemen, don't say either one of those. Don't string them along. I advocate
for doing either or.
But as Marcus White just so eloquently stated, be tactful.
Be honest.
You know what?
Yeah, honestly tactfully honest.
I keep hearing like the men say, if men were honest, like women, if men was honest, y'all wouldn't like us. Most men just want to smash. I think most people don't like honesty. I think it's on both sides. I think men can take honesty from other men, but I don't think men handle honesty very well from women. And I also think, like women, it's about delivery. If we don't deliver the honesty in the right way, men can't handle it.
Why do y'all struggle taking honesty from other women too?
I think it's just women's egos. But
Oh.
I did want to address the same comment. So the one thing I hear a lot in these spaces is men talking about women always leaving. If you're honest, she knows exactly what she's getting herself into. And if she chooses to engage, she's not leaving because she's fully aware of what she's getting herself into. But if you start with deception and you create that inconsistency, I struggle to believe that women are leaving just because for no reason. I think that honesty would really save you, because if she says no out the gate, then it was never going to last in the first place, whether you lie to her or not. And as the part for like men always wanting to smash, I don't think women are ignorant to that. They just want a man who wants to smash and continue to love her. Like, I don't think any woman is oblivious to the fact that a man wants to sleep with her. She's just looking for the man who wants to sleep with her forever. Just to make that clear.
Correct.
Look
Well
at
said.
Nas. Look at
Yeah.
you.
But I assure you, gentlemen, your shooting percentage remains exactly the same. That's what like that's the message I want to preach. If you're shooting 30%, you're always going to shoot 30%. Just do it honestly. That's it. That's all y'all ask. That's really what women ask. Just be honest. If you're honest, I get the choice and I can make it work or I won't make it work. But when I strip you of choice and you're under a delusion or illusion, then you feel more hurt and more broken because we broke that trust. So I might as well be honest.
You know what's so funny? Somebody just said post nut clarity. And let me just tell y'all, post marriage clarity really is a thing. You know what I'm saying? So you can't pray, you can't say, oh, one is okay and the other one is not, okay? They both exist.
You got me this happy that I got everything I want. For being honest, I will say that.
So I want to ask the gentleman on the panel, because I've heard the whole post nut clarity thing, and then I've heard another side to it, and I want y'all to clarify it if you can. Now, I was put under the impression by a man that post nut clarity only exists if the woman either has sex quickly or there just isn't any real substance attachment to the relationship. So if a woman keeps her knees together for a decent amount of time and there's an actual bond that's created between the two of them, post-nut clarity is not a real thing.
Before Marcus goes, I'm going to go ahead and say out loud, I've never had post-nut clarity. I always knew going into the sexual interaction exactly what I was getting into and exactly what I wanted. So there's nothing to be clear on. I already knew going into it. So how would I have be more clear after I'm done with it? So I've never had it. Like I'm that's me being honest. So this is a question maybe better fit for Marcus, but I've never had anything like that. I'm like I brought this ugly chick in because I was dry. I knew that already. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't want you to. I don't want you to get up and cook me anything. I want you to leave. I knew that going in. I was going to ask you to leave when you came in.
But why not just be honest about that up front?
I was. That's why they leave. That's why I don't have them issues right now.
No, you said you knew. That don't mean she knew.
No, I mean, so I don't know if y'all remember back in November when I first started on this panel. my whole thing was be honest, be upfront. This is a lesson that I've learned. When I started being honest and upfront, my shooting percentage remained the same, and there was no misinterpretation of why you were there for that moment or the direction that we're headed. And now today, of course, I got my trusted just sitting on the table. Like,
What's sitting on the
I was
table?
very clear.
Congratulations again.
I was
What's sitting on
very
the
clear.
table?
Thank you. I was very, very clear. So going into every single relationship, this is what I want. Or going into that night, this is all you're here for. There was never
Did
a
you say
miscommunication, so I didn't need. Yeah.
and you still got some?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm shooting 30%. That means I'm making 3 out of 10. My percentage ain't changing.
I can't
And
say it.
once you
Shan, move
learn
your
that,
hair so he.
once oh my what? Once
I can't say
once you
Shan, move
learn
your hair
that,
so I can tell you what post nut clarity is.
yeah, you might have to explain it. But once you remove that and you're clear going in, you're clear coming out. But go ahead.
Marcus, can you read that super chat? Shan?
Tell Shan.
I was listening to. I thought I was on mute.
Oh,
My apologies.
he's about to read the super chat.
Hey, tell Shan to move her hair, and I'll tell you exactly what post nut clarity is.
They skeeting on the wall.
But explain it.
So,
to me,
AP, I had a whole lot of post nut clarity. I'm not gonna lie.
We know, Marcus. We know.
I was saying that.
Mhm.
So, but I think it's something to that, right? That if you build a connection after you have sex with them, then you can continue to have a connection. But I don't think you know exactly how deep that connection is unless you like in love or something before the nut. After the nut come, if you still feel like you want to be around that person, then you can really tell. But I know what you're saying, AP, about you knew beforehand, because I kind of did too, right? But because I wasn't investing trying to get to know the person to even know if you know what I'm saying. So I get what you're saying, but I think post nut clarity work best before a date. Like if you do it before the date and then go out with them, if you still want to get in your car and go on the date. Yeah.
So post nut clarity.
I might not even go on a date then.
I think
Right. If you don't want to go on a date still, yeah.
I see what
post nut clarity means.
I still wanted to go on a date because either way, I was never mind.
Wait, pre-nut. Okay, so you got post nut. Let's say pre-nut. So the pre-nut clarity is, I think I like her. You're not really sure, so you're thinking that you feeling her. Then you have sex, and then you have post nut clarity where you realize, nah, I really wasn't feeling her. Is that what it is?
You will. So, all right, it's men to deal with a lot of stuff, right? But that stuff becomes aggressively more annoying after you nut. That stuff, like you might not want to be around the person, like the stuff that you was willing to deal with before the nut, you're not willing to deal with after until it builds back up. Yeah.
Okay. So prior to, you're saying you put up with stuff because you're, I guess at that point, infatuated with the person, really like the person. But then after you
quit using woman words.
You don't have to like her?
You want to sleep with them. That's the only thing you know.
Oh. Okay, so you really want to. So then there is no clarity. Like I guess what AP was saying, there is no post nut clarity because you know that your goal is that you just want to sleep with her. So where's the post nut clarity? I thought that means it's confusion.
After you nut, if you give her the opportunity, because a lot of times people don't get them the opportunity after that, it'd be so what you about to do? You know, that's when people get hit with. So what you about to do after this? Just to like hint that you probably should go or whatever. But I think afterwards you get to assess that person the same way you was assessing them before. So pre-nut, some of the things you might not like, or some of the things you like post-nut, if you still like those things, you really, really like those things.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? It changes. It's like being high. Like you go from being high and the food is good to not being high. Is the food still good?
Gotcha.
Yeah. I think that's a good example.
Okay.
What if I don't get high? You got to do a better job of explaining. I'm just messing with you, Mark. I don't get high, but I'm not.
But so if you're starving and the food tastes good, and then if you're not starving, does the food still taste good?
It's like going to a grocery store hungry. That's a great example. Like you gonna buy everything when you're hungry and you walk in the grocery store, but after you eat and go in there, you shop differently. So it's the same thing. After you nut, you shop differently.
Oh shoot! Oh. Dang. Okay.
You get that one hit home for you. Now you understand.
Yeah. Over in Publix, I guess.
No, like I used to have food delivered, so I'm trying to picture it.
You stupid. So that's a prostitute. So I guess the delivery.
Jesus Christ.
Postmates.
It must be getting late.
Did you say Postmates?
Yeah. Postmates. Hello Fresh. Y'all so silly. Hey, have we ever had a real argument on this show? I can't ever remember getting into it with y'all.
Kashan interjects.
I did one time with
Oh yeah, nope, never mind. Never mind.
Hold on, who'd you have an argument with?
Never mind. Nobody.
I was gonna say chaotic, but that was the time when we were.
Oh, okay.
That was a long time ago. But now that you brought that up without bringing it up, yes.
Nope.
Wait, what?
I ain't gonna say it.
No,
it's back chat conversation.
Yeah. I'll remind you. I'm gonna just type it real quick in the back chat.
Good night, everybody. Glad you came.
No, but I love it. I love it when things get heated with Inaz. I've only ever seen it with one other person, but she is the coolest cucumber of the bunch. Like, I understand what you're saying, but you're absolutely incorrect. Now let's take a look at history.
That was funny.
Like, here we go. This is about to get good. That nigga don't know what he's talking about. That nigga had no clue.
Listen, I don't. That's not a fight. I can debate with people. I don't fight.
No, because they know better. Because what happens after that? Because you never break your femininity is the one thing that's really, 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 really impressive. You never break it, no matter what. And for a man, it's very difficult to argue with a female who never breaks her femininity. So if you and I were going back and forth and you were just like, AP, I understand, but unfortunately, and then you start going and I want to go in on you and I'm like, then I'm going to sound like a damn bully.
Well,
no, you're wrong.
Have you always...
I can be wrong and that's okay, and that's how you handle it. And it makes it very difficult to just like, I noticed that early on.
Have you always been like that, or that was a skill that you developed?
I don't know, because I think in like my really young years, I was always kind of quieter, even tempered, and then kind of late teens, early 20s, like that like rah kind of came out, and I realized like it doesn't work. You don't get heard. You don't get treated respectfully. You don't, and so I just had to shed it. It had to go.
Self-reflection.
I have a question. So since we know that there's PNC, post-nut clarity, is that so now we know there's post-nut clarity, there are low marriage rates. is it really what am I trying to say? Is it well, I'm trying to figure out the word. It's just one word I'm missing. Is it really not so smart or smart? I don't know which one. Put it in where it goes because I'm tired. But do you think that's the reason why women are requiring so much up front as far as dating is concerned?
They're requiring so much up front because they're giving so much up front. That's the honest truth. If you're going to give me,
because if I think about it, if I go along and let's just say I'm into this guy, right? And I end up sleeping with him. It's hypothetical. I end up sleeping with him a month or two, and he's like, "Oh, post-nut clarity." I'm gonna be hurt, but then I think like, well, it did. I mean, at least I just didn't give it up for the Waffle House, or at least, you even though it's gonna hurt you regardless, you'll start thinking, well, at least I made him, taking me out a couple of times, trying to make you feel a little bit better about the fact that he just literally walked out of your life after he got a nut.
Yeah, there's a profession for that and a solution for that. It's called prostitution. And the men have been saying, because I mean, why get some random meals if somebody, not you, but if somebody was gonna make sure they got what they wanted out the deal because they didn't feel they was gonna enjoy themselves sexually and they was trying to make it transactional. They should. Honestly, the way this world is going, I think they should just legalize it. I think that might solve because from a grander scale, looking at the anger that men be having about just not having access to sex and stuff, maybe they should just legalize it or give people who are like involuntarily like dolls or something, because that anger is real, and in men it'll become something eventually. It's not just gonna forever stay dormant where they just mad amongst each other like that. That's a potential. The FBI monitoring it because it's such a potential problem.
I'm curious, and this is kind of open to the panel. So how are men involuntarily celibate? Is it when we're grossly outnumbered by women, and there's like everywhere you blink, there's a woman that would be more than happy to throw it at you. If you say the right words. I don't understand.
You have to have social skills in order to even have access. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't have social skills, I think that can be a part of it.
Lower your standard then.
Where there's a fear of women. I can't remember what it's called, but I had just saw that the other day, that it was a guy who stayed in his house. You saw that? He stayed in his house. I can't remember what it's called, but because he feared.
Oh, the African guy.
Yeah, because he feared women. And I do think there are men that are like, maybe not to that degree, but I think where they may get anxiety and things like that when trying to interact with women.
But is that involuntarily? Is that involuntarily celibate, or is that more like a voluntary kind of deal?
So if they have an actual fear outside of just like the feeling of fear, it's still involuntary, but that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about incels. When we're talking about incels, we're talking about men who desire to be with a woman and for a like myriad of reasons are not able to get what they want out of a woman, right? There are some factors to it. Social skills is one. The other part I alluded to the other day is that the majority of women aren't actually registering the majority of men that exist in the world. They don't show up in their peripheral. It's almost like an object just kind of off to the side of your vision. They're not registered as human beings. I think that can create a lot of frustration. I think the other part is that like some women now with social media are over evaluating themselves. And so the men that they would traditionally pair up with, they now feel better than, right? Mm-hmm. Sex work is also illegal, right? That has an aspect to it, right? I think that these robots are going to be really interesting because theoretically you could open up a business out of it, right? But there's so many factors to it. So you also have trauma. You also have this, I think we talked about it on the show a couple of times about this idea of what a good guy is, a good man is, right? Some people self-proclaim that without having that label attributed to them. And so they find no fault in what they're doing when really their behavior is socially unacceptable, right? Women do it too, but we're talking about incels and not femcells right now. So there's a whole lot of reasons. Some of them are self-inflicted, some of them not so much, right? So traditionally, before the numbers started to rise, you'd find people with disabilities to find themselves as like people who are incels. They still have a drive, they still have an attraction, but they are, because of their appearance, aren't able to attract a woman, right? But now that with kind of this gender war going on, it's increased those numbers. And so now you have more and more men who are frustrated, which just puts women in an unfortunate predicament as well.
Okay. And to the chat, by the way, like I was in intently listening because I it's hard for me to grasp the concept because I'm not the I'm kind of socially awkward, but I've never had an issue. So when I hear this, it's just hard for me to wrap my mind around it, which is why I ask, and that's just letting the chat know when they went off a little bit. I'm curious.
So I like watched a video, a documentary on the incels. It's this dude, We Waffles. I went to his channel and watched all of these videos about it. I found out about all of these terms. And what I noticed is like a lot of men see, and I've been having this issue like throughout the week, right? When I watch men explain things, it seems as though to me they like for a large majority of men, they need things to be in extremely black and white. Like if something exists in a gray area, then it's a problem. And it seems like they also struggle with nuance when they need things to be like that. And because of that,
women live. We live
in the gray, it's exactly where they live. Right. And because for whatever reason they're not able to understand the nuance and not view it, it comes off as lying to them. So now they can't navigate it correctly because they're offended because they feel like they're being lied to when it's just more information needed to really understand it. Things are situational. It's all type of things that rotate between it. I was trying to look up if there's an actual condition for not being able to understand nuance, because like that, it just keeps going back to that for me. Like the nuance of understanding a social interaction seems missed. So sometimes people don't understand how they may come off. They don't understand how they're coming off in interactions. So it may seem all women are just mean or all women are XYZ because they don't have the tools or the skill set or the experience to be able to navigate that effectively. And if you I think it's called The Rise of the Incels, the documentary on YouTube. It's scary how that unchecked can devolve into a whole lot of other stuff. It could turn into some things. It definitely could turn into some things.
Go ahead.
Go ahead if you wanted something to say to Marcus, because I wanted to pull up this comment.
No, go ahead.
Well, not the not understanding nuance, but I recently saw something about something called alexithymia, and it was saying that a lot not most men, but most people who have this condition are men, and it's the inability to understand emotion. And I was kind of watching videos about that. It was pretty like, oh, okay. Like I can see some of that like in these spaces, which I don't think that a lot of the men in these spaces actually have that as like what I would say is a diagnosis, but it just reminded me like the symptoms of that reminded me of being in these spaces when you were talking about not really being able to see the nuances or understand the grays or whatever. And women, we live in that area because we are dealing in emotion, and a lot of times to men that doesn't really seem rational. And so that's what made me think about that.
Yeah. A lot of times they think that it they view it as if everything is directly opposite to what you want, right? So for instance, when women say they don't want to control a man, men will interpret that and think, oh, she just wants somebody she can walk all over and everything has to be her way. When in reality, what she's saying most of the time is, I don't want a man that's harmfully controlling. And there's a nuance and a balance to the scale to understand, like, hey, when I'm acting like this, I'm okay. I actually am turned on by you being dominant and saying no, or setting boundaries that I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I can't try that with him. But because it's a black and white thing, when they say I don't want a man that's controlling, okay, I won't be controlling. Now that I'm not controlling, she says I'm too soft. Now that I'm too soft, she says, and that middle area is where all the answers lie. But because the way they are interpreting the information, they'll hear that and say, this woman is a liar. She doesn't know what she wants. But if you like study the gray area or understand the gray area, you will see it's predictable. Like it's not like, yeah, it does. I understand how it makes sense. If I was to write it, because you can't write it in a stat sheet and understand it. You have to experience it because it's an act of being, like an act of knowing and being. You have to be in the mix with a woman to understand, like, this might not be the time to talk about this, or this the time to X, Y. It's really like social cues and social interactions. And it's only getting worse because we staring at each other through computer screens, and 90% of communication is nonverbal, right? Reading body language is something that people struggle with now because they're not having the face-to-face interactions with one another. If you don't, when I lost my contact, when I had pink eye and I couldn't put my contacts in, I was lost because I couldn't see what was going on, and I didn't realize how much I hear through my eyes. I really couldn't, like, I think somebody was mad at me when they wasn't. I think they were saying something they wasn't, because I can't see your reaction to stuff. And I tried to like empathetically apply that to men who can't understand nuance, and I could see how they could be so frustrated. Because if you don't have the ability to see through your eyes and understand what's going on, you really out here just swinging in the dark, and you're mad because you're like, hey, I did exactly what you said. Why am I getting this result? And then somebody says, well, it's a little different than that. And they're like, well, tell me the formula. And you're like, there's not really a precise formula. You just kind of got to feel your way through. Oh my God, I got to give up. It's just too much.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that one of the issues is most men aren't just trying to get a woman, they're just trying to get a lot of women?
I think the men that are trying to get a lot of women who successfully can do that, they understand nuance real well. I don't think that that's the issue for them. I think the men that are upset about nuance may just want one woman, but they don't know how to connect with her in a way that it appeases everything they need. Well, let me not say that. Those men may want polygamy or those type of, or a situation where they can have multiple women, but you can't even do that until you can have one woman and succeed. Like, you can't have a successful multiple person relationship if you can't have a successful one-on-one.
I wasn't really speaking on that. I was just speaking in general.
Yeah,
What you laughing at, Mistaken?
No, because Marcus found a way to throw that in there.
Yeah, I'm like,
she asked the book. That was it. She said, "Do you think men want multiple women?" And I'm like,
what
well,
I'm saying to
yeah,
you in general,
but
as it relates to
no.
dating, because we're there, because polygamy require marrying. Okay, so I'm talking about in relationship. As it relates to dating, do you think a lot of the issues that are coming up is not necessarily because men can't get a woman, they can't get a lot of women?
Now, as I understand incel-ship, no, they can't get a woman, let alone a lot of women.
I think they need another term.
And I would say that and this is me thinking back to how I used to be. No, I would really, I'd say date one at a time, but have access to multiples.
I think there needs to be another term for when you can get access to women sexually, but you want to have a relationship and you can't figure out how to do that for men. Because femcels is what women who do that, right? They can have sex, but they can't get a relationship. Am I right? Is that a femcel?
No, I don't think
I
so.
never heard of
But
femcel.
but
Explain
let's
that.
make up a name for that though.
No, there is no such thing as a femcel, but
That's
what
what I
is
love saying. We're
Enos?
gonna make it up right now.
What
She
is
got a sex
femcel?
cell.
I never heard of it before. Oh, okay.
A
Put up the
femcel is
definition.
the female equivalent of an incel. So it's a woman who is just undesirable to men. Like men will not engage in sex with her.
Oh, okay.
Is there a such woman?
Wait, what? I thought it was relationships. They said a man want to engage in sex. They're femcels, like real ones.
Yeah. So the thing is like
Never heard of such.
I've
I
learned
seen
that YouTube people like to remix words and give it a definition
Listen,
it doesn't actually have, but that
having
is a
sex with
femcel.
animals,
Okay.
and you telling you ain't want nobody climb up in your cooter? Like, come on, I
You
don't
said
believe
they
it.
having with animals.
I've literally heard them talk about how thick some sheep is. Like, you ain't seen them sheep? They got some- I swear I heard this before. I'm not making this up. No, I swear. I'm not making this up. I heard people say it before.
So when I just heard Enos say that, what I immediately thought was the men she wants. Because the truth of the matter is, if you're a female, you know you got all the female parts, there's a man that will happily bust it down in your town.
Yo, block.
Like you ain't even got to search. Like just go to the bar. There's gonna be somebody that'll be happy to bust it down. So like it's hard for me to picture a woman not being able to get it. So I
We
think
need
that there's a
clarity on that.
caveat. Yeah, I think that
We
there's
need
a
some more
caveat.
research on that one.
Well, that's what the definition actually is. Of involuntary celibate female. But I think that the one caveat to that is with the men she wants.
Yeah, because I think for both incels and femcels, you can find sex because you can buy it. You understand what I'm saying? It's always available. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting the one that you want, but if you want access to sex, it's always available.
So I think there's like an important distinction between buying sex and having access to sex the way that other people do. Right? Most incels will still engage in buying sex, right? If they can afford it, because not all of them are in a position to afford it. But the other part to that is like there's a sense of entitlement, and I think this is kind of like a symptom of the anger of not having access, but there's a sense of entitlement of why don't these women also want me? Why can't I have access? I'm seeing all of these men. So in like the incel space, they call them chads, I think. So these are like the upper echelon. And Tyrones. Sorry, it is race-based. So you have the chads and Tyrones that are at the top of the totem pole. And so they think that these men are hoarding all the women and they don't have access to any of the women, but they feel entitled to those women as well. And that's where kind of that anger and that violence kind of stems from.
I've heard them like propose a solution that all men at 18 years old need to be assigned a wife or a girlfriend, like state assigned girlfriends, so that they wouldn't. Yeah.
So forced marriages. I mean, similar to that. Because what if how do you assign a girl with the girl not having a choice as to whether or not she wants to be assigned to that, or do you take the fem cells and the in cells and then how come they just won't hook up?
I don't think they attracted to each other. You stay in the same cell. Your ass funny as hell. The fem cell and cell in the same cell. That's clever. But no, I think so. This goes back to like mirroring, right, or delusion, right? You feel that you deserve this. This is what you're able to get, and that's not enough. So it's somebody that will potentially sleep with the women. I don't know about the men because it's not that easy for men to just get sex randomly. I think it's easier for a man to get in a sexless relationship than it is for a woman to get for an incel man to get in a sexless relationship than it is for a femcel to get in a what's the opposite of that? Yeah, I'm kind of tired. What am I? A sexless relationship, an incel male probably can get in where he just comes, spend money, take her places, and spend time with her, and never can touch her sexually. I think it's easier for the woman to get in a relationship where she can just get sex, but he won't spend time, take her no. You know what I'm saying? The inverse of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
because if you put the most attractive men.
I wanted to let me do a super chat, and I wanted to mention this real fast, and because this is the issue. This person right here said y'all overvaluing coochie. I think it's you undervaluing coochie. I think that's the real issue. People are undervaluing coochie, not overvaluing coochie. And the reason why I say that is because sex for a female, this is going to take it a different story. I'm sorry to mess up your wet dream. Do you know how many organs are involved in sexual activity for a woman? Do you know how many organs that you have to?
I know about the orgasm.
Shut up. To get through to a woman, okay? How many organs that you damage if something is wrong, okay? And so I feel like it's an undervalue instead of overvalue. The fact that reproductive, that is an entire for birth of a child, and nobody likes to think of it that way. I know, because you're just like, I'm just busting a nut, but it's really you are it's undervalued in opposed to being overvalued.
So I hear what you're saying, Shan. I think from the way the men are talking about it is that there's like an oversaturation of it in the market.
Oh, for sure. But undervalued for both women, and I think that women undervalue themselves.
Right. So I think that's what they're alluding to, right? Because like any other financial market, when there's an influx of whatever commodity, the price drives down, right? And so where women used to be valuable and sex used to be more valuable because it was more of a rarity, now it's just like for $4.99 you can see a wide open vagina, right? Like it's so easily accessible that its worth has diminished, even though like its inherent value is still valuable. It still produces a child, right? But in the sexual market, there's just way too much of it out there, and I think that's what they're referencing.
Oh, I agree. But even with that, and I guess you kind of stuck on this too, it's kind of like medicine. You think you take it for granted because it's there. It is readily available for you. But if you don't have it, then you find out just how important that medicine was for whatever reason. And I look at, sex being the exact same way. That it has value to it, but both men and women have found a way to undervalue it.
Well, that's why
I got a funny joke. This probably gonna be mean, but hold on, I'll put it in the back.
That we have a tendency to pervert everything. You know what I'm saying? Because sex is undervalued because we perverted the meaning and purpose of it. So now it's like we just do it to do it. We do it selfishly, like, you know, not even having a connection with a person, you know, things like that. So I think that's where it really comes from. That's how it can be devalued, because depending on what it is, you can flood a market with something, but if people really like it, you know what I'm saying, it doesn't necessarily lose its value. They want more of it. But we've perverted it.
Listen, let me just say how valuable it is. Y'all just sat here and talked about there's a whole group of men who gonna go crazy if they don't get none. It ain't valuable to the person who's getting it all the time, absolutely. But there's a whole group of men, a high percentage of men who not getting it. And guess what? It's a value to them because they just want some. They're gonna blow the whole place up because they can't get none.
So just to clarify, the $4.99 is like the average subscription to OnlyFans. It just wanted, like, that number is not random. Just wanted to make that clear.
Oh, it is? What you know about that, Inaz?
I've heard people talk about it.
I'd still rather pay $4.99 for a super chat.
You gonna ask, has anybody not been on it, but like has anybody downloaded the app?
For what?
OnlyFans.
I'm quite sure my husband probably have it in his phone somewhere. I know he better not be paying for it. Is it free?
I don't know. I never downloaded it before. I don't know how it works. I'm thinking it's like YouTube.
Let me see if I can download
no
it.
idea, but I'm just assuming anything that's related to seeing some naked women somewhere, he probably got it on his phone.
So there was a content creator who doesn't do that kind of content that I followed. I don't know if y'all, the real Tarzan. He does a lot of stuff with like animals and stuff like that. Huh?
The animals. I was saying he built animals.
What does he do with animals, Inaz?
No. It's nothing like that. He's like a Crocodile Dundee kind of dude. He's just out here like wrestling with animals. It's very like family friendly content.
Okay.
But he started doing OnlyFans with his girlfriend and started advertising that some of the content is free. So some of the content is free and some of it is behind a paywall.
I don't even have it in my app store.
Yeah. Well, then he probably ain't got it.
Oh, it's not an app. It is. I don't care.
Where y'all? I thought it's not an app.
I always thought it was attached to Instagram.
I know.
What do I know?
If it's anything you have to pay for, I definitely know he ain't got it. Because he's just not. That's his mindset. I will never pay for nothing that I can get for free. I'm like,
algorithm be crazy listening from these conversations. I don't research some of the weirdest
stuff. A lot of money off of that. And y'all talking about it ain't valuable. Excuse me.
Well, it depends on who it's attached to, though. That's the other thing. That's the caveat. Not every woman's is valuable in terms of their mindset. Is who it's attached to.
It looked like Twitter. Like, is this OnlyFans? I'm not gonna put it on the screen, but this looked like Twitter. Oh no, this don't look like Twitter.
I can't even find it.
I'm ordering me some.
I typed it in Google.
Y'all are really sitting here trying.
I'm ordering clothes.
Just let you know we don't even mess with it.
But y'all trying to mess with it right now?
No, I just tried to see it because he said one in the App Store. I was trying to see could I find it on the Android store. I'm team Android, so I was gonna tell y'all how it's much better than iPhone.
Oh,
but
really?
it's not in my App Store either.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
Android's in the house. Woo, woo, woo.
X videos is free. Free 99, fellas. Stop paying to be a voyeur.
That's exactly what it is too, right? Voyeurism.
Now, what is it? Is it just like women, you know, doing whatever, and it's like it's just live porn?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Can the chat help us out? We not really sure. I know somebody in here either know about it from a friend or actually subscribe to somebody OnlyFans. Nobody in the chat. Nobody. Y'all just
sure
gonna
as
lie.
heck
I know some of y'all got OnlyFans. Somebody got to have a damn OnlyFans. It's too many subscriptions for nobody to have one.
Right.
Where's Fantasy Island Girl when you need her?
Oh, she got a. Why you ask that?
Because she had an OnlyFans.
Who has an OnlyFans?
She don't have an OnlyFans.
I said
no more.
had. Yes,
Who?
she did. Before she got married.
Yeah, she had.
Who had one?
Fantasy Island Girl.
Oh yeah, she did. She said that on one of her shows. On one of the shows.
She used it for a small period of time for a desired result, got her result, and then got off of there and has not done that since.
So I guess that's the thing. What do you do? Like you saying desired result, to me that sounds more like Bumble or whatever the other thing is.
No, that's not Bumble.
No, I'm saying that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a dating website based on like what Marcus just
They ain't
said.
dating. It's show and tell.
No, they say it's a virtual strip club.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly why I don't have.
Can you make a request?
I just heard of people selling feet pics and stuff.
Oh,
so maybe it's for fetishes. Maybe it's just for fetishes.
I'll do that. No,
it's a website.
I sell these clothes in a second, baby.
I'll sell some feet.
It's a website.
All right, Marcus, did you read that one?
Oh, Underground Zone, $5. Trying to sleep with someone, chasing a high, then you're like, you know what? I actually don't really like you that much. I just thought I did. That's post-nut clarity.
Okay, got it.
But you don't know you don't like them before you get started.
You know how the horniness can take over.
And then what was it about the sex? What was it about the sex that made you decide that you didn't like them anymore? Like I don't understand, because if the sex is bad, you can actually teach. So I'm trying to figure out.
Right.
I think that grocery store.
I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, if you are with a person, right, and you don't like some of the things how they're moving, and you're just like, okay, the sex made me think like I really don't like her. Like you knew you didn't like her before you went in there. Just stop, okay? Those things you knew you didn't like them. Red flags. Stop.
My question is that also based on how good the sex was. If it was really, really good, would you still have post-nut clarity, or would you end up having post-nut confusion?
That's funny. So what would happen is you will realize that you have post-nut clarity and you don't like them, and you realize the sex is good enough that you still want to have it. So it's not confusion. You really clear that this is not going to be long.
So now she's a string along.
Yeah, that's what probably happened. Okay. That's more than likely what happened.
So again, my question was, and we got off the subject, is she really wrong for using a man up front if this is going to happen, if this is more than likely going to happen?
You're wrong for somebody, period.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's right. Okay, so let me not say is it wrong. Is she wrong? You're right. You can never make something wrong right. Okay, but do you understand why?
Why they get used? I mean, like
no. Can you understand the rationale behind a woman saying, no, you have to wine and dine me? If she knows in her that she has been played post-nut clarity out several times, and it's left her, I don't know.
Okay, so I will say this before Marcus goes. I can understand her point of view. What I can't understand is how a man would allow that to happen to him. That means he would be under the expectation of something, like he's going to receive something. Like, you can't use me if I know the terms of our agreement. And what I mean by that is, if I know that I'm just going to use a random place, by the way, I have to take you to Red Lobster to get the box That's not anybody using anybody. I'm providing you with what you want, and you're providing me with what I want.
It is
Like
you. So it
You're
becomes
saying both
using.
are
that's a
looking
fair
for
exchange.
something.
That's just a
Right,
fair
but that's
exchange.
not. No. It's only a fair exchange when you both make sure that each other you're on the same page.
That's what I'm saying. Like I would know that, and wouldn't like why wouldn't a man know that going into it? Never mind. There's a sucker
Huh?
born every day. Never mind.
So I want to answer your question, Shan. Um, the reason I think it's bad is that you're allowing somebody else to change the way that you navigate the world, right?
Okay.
Instead of filtering these men out and choosing better, you're becoming more like them. And that's also not going to give you the result that you want. So, do you change yourself for the worse, or do you maintain your integrity and still try to navigate and, like, I don't know, maybe keep your knees together instead of sleeping with every man that you think is going to give you the promised land? Because that's I understand the sentiment of, like, at least I got something out of it, but you're giving up way more than what you're getting out of it.
That's true.
That was the point. Thank you, Enos. You
I think
articulated what I was
that
trying to say.
so the reason why so I think that Nas hit it on a point when she said just don't have sex with you should just not have sex with anybody. Just hold off. Because I think it's almost we're sitting here talking about post nut clarity. It's almost impossible. He doesn't even know what he wants out of you. Until he has sex with you. So it's impossible for you to know what he wants because he don't even know what he wants.
And I want to tell the gentleman real quick, sex should not be a determining factor it should not be the factor that determines whether you're going to have a relationship with this or continue the relationship with this person or not. If
that's
that
your
person,
good girl right there. Sometimes good girls ain't turning doing tricks. They just
like the way I see it is,
we supposed to be leaders. We can teach you.
Right. But what I'm saying is there's something so the way I'm understanding this post nut clarity thing, right? There's already something about you that I'm on the fence about. Or multiple things that I'm on the fence about. I'm just putting up with it until I get the panties. But it's already been determined. That means I've already determined that the only thing that I want from you really are the panties. It didn't take me to bust a nut to know that. Like I didn't like I don't like the sound of your voice, but I'm gonna deal with this until I get what I want. I don't like that your big toe overlaps your second toe, and I don't want to deal with it. But I'm gonna deal with it until I get them panties.
right.
These are
It's
things
almost
that
like
you
sex
already
was
know.
the goal, and once you've accomplished the goal, it's like okay, I'm on to the next one. But you knew that sex was the goal in the beginning. There's no way you didn't know sex was the goal. There's no way.
Depending on how bad she is, so men overlook a lot of stuff for beauty, right? So that knowing and all that stuff, it's bad, but it don't get really bad where it's actually a problem because it's manageable and tolerable before the sex, and then after the sex, it's no longer tolerable.
Why did sex determine that?
Because it's a filter, which is why you're not clear. It's like it's some lenses on you. It's like beer goggles, right? Perfect example. Have you ever had beer goggles before, where somebody looked decent enough to hit while you was drunk?
Hell no, I knew they was ugly in the club.
Oh well, you just got you got clairvoyance. You just see it all, but
No. See, here's the deal. I know going into every interaction, with the opposite sex, what my objective is. So if I can't be more clear coming out than I did going in because I was already clear. I was so clear going in on what my objective was that the sex isn't going to change that. The only thing that sex can do is if it's super duper amazing, I might want to do it again.
Do you have snow where you at?
Snow?
Yeah.
In North Carolina?
Snow, does snow come on the ground? Like, do you have
in the
snowstorms
mountains? In the mountains only. I mean, I came
All right.
from a place that had plenty of snow.
The best way I could describe it is you just feel like it ain't like. So I was gonna use the snow example. Like you would shovel your car out the snow and drive over to her house before you had sex with her, and then after you had sex with her, you might not have the desire to want to do that no more, depending on how you feel about her
But
after you've had sex with her. But prior to
but
that, you
imagine
would go over there.
but imagine this. I knew that before I shoveled the snow, though. You know what I'm saying? Like that means my decision's going to be based off of how good or how bad the sex is. But I knew that was what hinged my decision prior to leaving. And aside from that, I'm conquering something new. So if I hadn't already had it, right, and I'm going to conquer something new, yeah, I'll shovel the snow to conquer something new. But it's not to be like I knew that going into it.
I guess
I,
what I was confused about initially was when you say clarity, when you're trying to get clarity, that means there's a level of confusion.
Right.
And I think that's what AP is saying. There is no confusion. I know I don't want to be with her outside of just smashing. So there is no post-nut clarity. So when you're trying to gain clarity, there's a level of confusion. And that's, I think, where I was confused. I thought the confusion is, I don't know if I really want to be with her. It's something about her that I really like, but I ain't really sure what it is. And then you have sex with her, and then you realize, you know what, I really don't like her like that. That's what I thought it was.
he can't. He just could. I say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nah, I can. Yeah.
Okay. No, I say AP just got clairvoyant, so he could tell from the gate. But for a lot of other men, where you described it. I think that grocery store analogy probably was the best one. You'll buy stuff when you're hungry versus when you're fed. Like going grocery shopping, you ate already after dinner, you might come out of there with $94 worth of stuff. If you go in there before you ate starving, you're gonna buy $365.39 worth of stuff.
So using
The
that,
good news is you have
use that
$262 left over. So a food left over that you can eat anytime.
Well, that's what I
You
would
didn't lose. You knew what you were going in for. Food.
Well, my thing is with that example, Marcus, if you have a bunch of groceries, right? Do you still have post-nut clarity? So if you're having sex with multiple women,
Nasty ass.
can you have post-nut clarity with one of the women that you're dealing with? Because you said if you're not being fed, like you gave the example for the grocery store, if you're not being fed, so when you're hungry, you go grocery shopping, you tend, to get. Okay.
The way men are wired, I don't know if you heard this saying before that a new woman is always the best. The way we're wired is like to go after something new, right? So it's gonna be a continual feeling like that. Just in like at the program. I mean, men fight against it all the time in different ways, but to try and explain it within this scenario. So if you already have sex with multiple women, the new one still you haven't had sex with, so you don't know. And it's still back to the same base level of hungry. Now you could fast.
I was told, I don't know how true this is. I was told after you had so many, you realize they all really just almost the same. It's just a different package.
Yeah, that's when you got to take a break from it for like a couple months so you can reset. Yeah.
Unless something new comes up. Like you said, hey, look, but still, like you said, ain't no coochie like new coochie. That is actually a saying. And if we're gonna be honest,
well, that's exactly why women in marriage don't have it often, because they're trying to maintain the newness. So
that's a lie. That's all the cap in the world. You lying on yourself. You lying on all the other. Don't start that rumor, because these dudes are clip it and run with this and say that's like. See, I told you don't get married. These women don't give you none when you get married. That's a super lie.
It won't be new, so you got to kind of ration it out a little bit. right?
Don't let her lie to y'all. If she tried to ration out sex, she'll be stalking her husband. She wouldn't last. We heard her talk about this before. Her husband might want to chill tonight, and she bring that ass over here. She ain't rationing nothing out. Look, wives that because no, for real, these men be thinking that that if when you get married, you might not. What they say, single man having more sex than married man. That's a lie. That's a super lie. Like that's such a lie. That's just a lie. 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 Lie.
You just
Lie.
gotta
Lie.
make
Lie.
sure she still likes you. It only changes if she doesn't like you. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do as a man, not to say you're not gonna have ebbs and flows. That happens just in general. But as long as she still likes you, I don't think that happens like that. It just doesn't. If you still like each other, that's the key, is keeping each other engaged enough to the point that you still like each other. Think that when that happens, either the man or the woman, they're no longer really liking their partner anymore.
100% agree. So we had this conversation maybe 6 months ago where I was describing what foreplay is and that it's not isolated to the moments before sex and it can occur throughout the day in the interaction. So when I think about intimacy, that's how I would think about like every time I walk past you, I'm like feeling on your body. When you walk past, I might just randomly kiss you. So we are throughout the day engaging with one another in intimate ways that they're sexual in nature, but they're not technically like leading up to immediate sex. And in doing so, it's always like ready. If that, you know what I'm saying? It's always, yeah. Like I've never ever been told no a day in my life. So
like
no.
Like you said, those little things.
I've asked for a break
like
before.
Walking past and get popped in the butt. You be like, babe, but you really like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's little things
Y'all
like
tripping.
that. Like, babe,
See that? So look, but here go the thing. Mistaken. Somebody will hear that, and you know how you just said. All right, so I'm jumping all over the place. So when you said you don't like it, but you like it, that sound crazy to a lot of, you know what I'm saying?
Area that
The
you
gray area. The gray area. Yeah. Mind blown.
And then they might
so I went to
read it into be like, yeah, I be trying to give her love taps, and she be like, stop. Got it. Okay, because that's the black and white. Okay.
Yeah. And then there's times
it's
where
the same thing when a man be buying a woman stuff and she be like, oh, I'm so in love with him, and then she'll go like, damn, I don't even like this dude. Now he broke. I don't even like him no more. Post financial clarity. Dang, this money all alone. Damn it.
Post give clarity. Y'all want to be equal so bad. Hilarious. Oh shit.
Marcus, I like that just solidified for me what you were saying. It brought it into something tangible with the okay.
Because then there's times where you absolutely have to be in the black and white area, like no means no. Right. Even though it kind of doesn't sometimes, it always has to. Like you got it, like as men, it always has to err on the caution of even kind of hesitant, mean no. Protect yourself out here. Don't get caught up in no, yeah.
Facts.
Back in the day, men used to try and use that as their defense. She said no, but she kind of wanted it still. Bro, you going to jail. you going to jail like that. You going to jail. I'm sorry, Chan, what'd you say?
I don't remember.
Okay, I got it. I've been sitting here thinking for a good analogy for PNC. And let me know if I got it right now, Mark. I think I want either the Camaro or the Charger. And as soon as I test drove the Charger, I knew I wanted the Camaro. Is that PNC? Is that like the PNC?
I got one. I got one.
Kinda, but not really. But kinda. It's a gray area. It's a gray area.
I have one. is it similar to when a woman there's a challenge getting a guy, right? And so she feels like she's so in love with him. She got all this competition, right? And then she finally gets him, whether through marriage or whatever. And she like, dang, I don't know if I like him no more. Because now I got him.
Yes, that would be. Yep, that would be the.
So she was attracted to the chase, but now now it's like, oh,
Yeah, that's closer.
Oh, so that's the same
Does
thing.
it?
Like,
okay.
but never mind.
You just made a lot of the men's argument in the space that I kind of was like, I don't see when they be like, she instantly changed overnight. I'm like, I've never seen a woman change overnight. So it happens, huh? She just be.
Oh yeah.
Y'all ain't shit.
No, I think you know what really happened. So to get honesty, like that's why when they had that conversation on Thursday night, it's kind of when you go through that whole push-pull thing that you guys were talking about last night, it's a gamble as well. Because sometimes it's just that chase that you're in love with, and then when it dies down, y'all like, I don't even want to do it no more. You know, it's
You
like
are so toxic.
Huh?
You are so toxic. You little Boosie toxic.
No, what I'm saying is I listened to y'all last night, right? And so one of the things that came up last night was the push-pull, right? So the thing that it's worrisome about the push-pull effect is when it stops. Were you addicted to the push-pull, or did you really like the person? You understand what I'm saying?
No,
and so that's why that method that you guys were talking about last night it works in the beginning for sure, but can you sustain that? So what happens when there's no challenge there anymore? Y'all were like getting in, and now all these problems come up. When in actuality, it wasn't him or her that you liked, it was just the challenge of getting each other.
Mm-hmm.
What method was we talking about last night?
Wasn't it last night? Oh no! That was no. It wasn't. It was a repeat. It was a replay. I think it may have been whatever. It would have more women on the panel. It wasn't y'all. It was. I think he posted it yesterday. It was a clip from past discussion. I'll have to show it. But one of the things Mr. Let Go was saying, like you want a little challenge, kind of push pull. I think you were on the panel though, were you not?
Oh, yeah, I do remember him saying that. I know what he's talking about. That's that. Hate to sound sleazy, but tease me. I don't want it if it's too easy. Believe that. That's that ideology.
Right. So you start getting into that dynamic where it's like, okay, I'm the challenge. You got them chasing you, but what happens when you get the chase?
It's about the win.
Right.
So the weird thing. This is why I think I'm kind of weird in this regards. I probably won't expose too much, but I'm kind of weird because the way that I want to interact, that push pull doesn't fit for me.
Don't fit for me either. I ain't got time for them games.
Yeah.
I think I said it on here before that for me, sometimes if they got to work too hard for it, then they'd rather not, and then just go somewhere else where it's easier. So I guess for women, they have to find a balance between being chased and then being left. Like, not to say that, well, you just need to go ahead and hurry up and give it up, but it has to be something left to, like, a carrot has to be dangled is what I'm saying. Like, and I think that that's part of the chase. I'm going to slowly give you things about me that's going to intrigue you before you get to what I know ultimately you're trying to get to.
I got a question real quick, Miss Taken. Oh, go ahead, Marcus.
No, you got it.
What man said that they didn't enjoy the chase, even if it was hard? We might change the goal, but the chase, regardless of how difficult, I'd rather it be like super difficult, because when I achieve it, it was that much more sweet. Like I don't understand that.
Sometimes that chase is you chasing her and she running after somebody else.
So there's that, or like what Marcus was saying about like some men not understanding nuance. Some men don't understand when a chase is challenging versus when that woman isn't interested.
Oh, that's fair.
And hold on, AP. So this why I say I think I'm different. I kind of want to consume you. Like I want all of you. I want you to give all of you to me, and I want it. Like I don't want to
You
push
one
pull.
of those to try to make the woman fall in love with you.
Exactly. And
That's
then
what
you
it
dip.
sounds like.
You're the
You
problem,
trying
And
to
Marcus.
then dip.
with
And
you.
then when am I dipping? What dipping have I
All
done?
the women you talked about in the
I
past,
want to
I bet
consume
Yeah, but
that
You
lady.
but
have to chase
I
those.
didn't know. I'm talking about a woman I actually want. I'm not talking about random like sexual encounters. I'm talking about like within a relationship. If we're gonna have a relationship, I want your soul. I want to consume you. I
Okay.
want all
Hey,
of
he
it.
said he wants the soul.
when's your birthday, Marcus?
September 27th,
I need
Libra.
you just you got to
When's
give
your
me a
birthday?
27, honey, because I need him to want my soul.
You
Hey,
said September 27th.
wait. So it's the same day
Yes,
I got
yeah.
married?
I know
Was your
somebody
birth?
Ah, I didn't know that.
22nd.
That's crazy.
What you say, AP?
Yeah.
His birthday is my wedding day, or like my
Oh,
marriage date.
Oh, you just consumed your wife's soul.
I
so
can't stand y'all sometimes. Long as he didn't consume her soul, I'm okay with it.
That's what happened to my husband. That's why I can't. Thoughts.
Go nowhere. You
up.
stuck. He consumed you already.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm stuck.
I don't know that my soul has ever been
I'm
consumed.
stuck. He done took the whole soul. The whole soul.
You got to be willing to give it though, Shan.
No, I ain't even give it to him. He just took it.
I gotta be attracted to somebody first. Maybe that'll help.
Maybe.
Isn't that horrible?
What?
My eyesight.
Not necessarily. Oh, yeah. No.
All right, Shan, you can close it down. I'm about to go.
All right, you
I know
guys,
that's right.
thank you so much for Oh, how am I not attracted? I don't know. I've been trying to think of that myself. He said, "How am I not attracted to people?" Okay, so AP,
I'd rather pay $4.99 for a super chat, you guys.
I think it's the very last one.
Dub Will, $4.99. We didn't do this. Did we?
That last one, yep.
All right, Underground Zone, $2. One word, Reddit. A lot of content leaked there. I've been trying to get rap battles from Reddit, and it won't come up. The URL stuff.
I thought Reddit was just a thing where you can ask questions and people try to answer it.
Oh no, Reddit is dopest.
Oh wow, okay. I'm
and
learning.
if you ever wanted to learn something, then go down a
we'll
rabbit
have a
hole.
whole conversation about this again. But yes, men are going to different countries, but they're still not marrying nobody. Nobody.
Who can love? Hey, have you ever heard of the Langston Hughes poem "To Our Tina"? You none of y'all. Oh, damn. What is it?
You gonna read it to us?
I think I got it memorized. I will not be satisfied with the taste of your lips nor the sweet of your hips alone. I will. What did he say? I will consume you. I will be like God when it comes to you. I want you all. Let me find the poem so I can say it right.
Yes,
it's
you ain't doing these sweet nothings to people, Marky. He's just trying to reel you into that monogamous lifestyle, honey. Be one of them wives, baby.
He be trying to read Langston Hughes poems, knowing that most people don't know it, and then be trying to, let me.
All right, here we go. Here we go. I will take your heart. I will take your soul out of your body as though I were God. I will not be satisfied with the touch of your hand or the sweet of your lips alone. I will take your heart for mine. I will take your soul. I will be God when it comes to you.
Let me write that poem down so I can have
it. It's called "To Our Tina."
Real fast.
What is it?
We gotta talk about this at some point. We have to talk about this at some point. People thinking that your vagina goes on discount just because of whatever. Listen, the fact that the fact that you're trying to get discount coochie speaks wonders. Like, can you go to Goodwill for it? Like, what are we doing?
Isaiah know it. We had to memorize that. Your son know this poem too. Actually, it's part of the things he had to memorize. Shan, he know this. Ask him what 2 Artini is. He should be able to recite it with no issue.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna write that down.
We got Tony Webb. He must be the bros too. Yep.
Then here's okay. I got that. I like that.
Yeah. Say I will not be satisfied with the touch of your. He say I would not be satisfied with the touch of your hand or the sweet of your lips alone. I will take your heart from mine. I will take your soul. I will be God when it comes to you. That was a deep poem.
My
Marcus,
husband
when are
is
you gonna
Somebody
take
said,
me to
listen,
Red
you
Lobster?
can't put a high price tag on used pockets.
He's God
That's not
bodies.
true.
I'm
Some
glad you
people
caught that.
are goodwill and some people are consignment. Know the difference.
Both of them were used.
They both are. Listen,
I'm just saying.
both are used, but still some are higher priced than others. A Louis bag is still a Louis bag. It may be discounted for sure, but it's still gonna be hot outside of your pockets. Okay.
But on a man's point, I'll just take the cheaper one if both of them being used.
Oh, sure.
I'm just saying.
We're not. Are we talking about vintage coochie? That's crazy.
Yeah, right. So listen, the point of it is you can't make people, you can't devalue what people do. If they don't want to sleep with you, they just don't want to sleep with you. No matter you can't talk them into sleeping with you. That's just some old coochie that don't even want you. So stop trying to talk her into. How does that make you feel to know that she been slept on and she still don't want you? Like, you can't even get the consignment vagina.
Oh,
Marcus, I'm beginning to understand the incel point of view now.
You cannot even get the she'd rather go travel.
Oh, that is gonna be the new thing for me. I'm gonna
grab a rose,
vintage coochie,
a silver bullet,
consignment, vintage coochie at a consignment shop.
Yes.
Do you think 1971 was a good year?
Or do you have the 99-cent vagina? And I guess that would depend on who's been in it. Was it Pookie and Ray Ray? Or was it
Brad and Todd?
He said Grey Poupon?
I said, no.
Brad and Todd.
Brad and Todd.
Oh.
Oh, this is such a tawdry conversation. So haughty. Y'all that's crazy. Y'all so funny.
Y'all tired. Y'all starting to get too silly.
It is. I'm sorry. We are sleepy. That's a good question. That's something because people think.
At what age do you become a cougar?
I think we're at that age.
No. I'm just saying. No. Because he said cougars are very freaky. So I'm just saying, at what age do you start being a cougar? Can you be in your 27 and be a cougar if you're dating somebody that's 20?
Most of my elbows. No, that's not. It's just the glare.
Like, what does the age gap?
I'm cool. It's just the glare from the camera.
I'm pretty sure those are pumas. Those like baby cougars.
What age is what's a puma? What age is puma?
They're like baby cougars.
Hey guys, you on point today. Vintage coochie and pumas.
I didn't make up pumas. That's a thing.
Oh, it is? Oh, that's when you still a younger woman, but you're still dating a younger man. So you're a cougar in training. Okay.
No. So pumas are mid 30-year-olds with dating with a 10-year age gap, younger guys, a 10-year age gap plus. Cougars, I just looked it up. Cougars are 40-somethings with a 12+ year age gap difference with the person that they're dating.
So somebody said Bobcat. Is Bobcat one?
I don't think Puma's one. Enos just made it one.
Not.
What's a Bobcat? What's a Bobcat? Is that one?
Bobcat pussy is crazy.
Category?
If you date accordingly, then you should be fine.
A Bobcat. So okay, I'm gonna give y'all what is it called? The Urban Dictionary. A bobcat is like a cougar, but she doesn't actually have sex. She just gives head.
You may be onto something. You may be onto something. I got that one.
Okay,
What's a
so,
thundercat? What's a
Yeah,
thundercat?
so is that with teeth in or teeth out, mistaken?
That's
Like,
old
don't you-
woman.
I
Who
don't,
had a teeth?
I don't know.
Y'all gotta get. Come on, y'all gotta step. What are we getting these women?
Oh, I need to.
I mean, I guess that would be a legit concern if she were like, oh, you're real old, you're a lot older.
So could we call senior citizens Thundercats? Like,
Oh,
is
shit.
that
Thundercats.
somebody asked Thundercat? So is
Oh,
the senior
shoot.
citizen considered a
This is
Thundercat?
hilarious. Oh, Thundercats. That's a good one.
He said he's seen vagina that needed to be lubricated. You know, foreplay would help with that as well.
So
No,
I
what
think
is-
prefer-
that just
I think women get
wasn't-
more as they
he
get
wasn't
older.
turned
I
on.
actually think it
Whoever
gets
that
more.
was. Oh, that's Sloan 58. Oh, he been in the comments being negative.
So let me. So
She
men.
just didn't like you. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
You just weren't
She
the
just
one.
didn't like you.
She didn't want
Damn,
to
y'all roasting my man.
He ain't want to say nothing, but let you just word
He
of
just
advice.
didn't like you.
Just word of advice. I mean, if she's under a certain age, it's just not. It's probably just you. She's just trying to make it. You know.
This
It's
armadillo.
Honestly, Shan, I'm gonna keep it real. You don't even have to say probably. It is.
hides from you?
It's you.
It is. Because you know.
They said if she half black, half Asian, she a tiger.
I'm taking my camera off on that one. Y'all ain't about to do this.
Wait, maybe.
I remixed the joke. I just remixed
I
it.
don't get it. Maybe she's half black, half Asian, or half white, half black, or half whatever. I don't know what that one meant. As to
Yeah,
why,
I
I'm gonna leave it alone. Oh, he's referring that to be armadillo.
Isaiah, I'm the oldest person on this panel. That's all we need to know.
Isaiah, you had asked the question earlier. I was trying to get clarity. Was you saying if men all said we wasn't gonna have sex, would women become as horny as men? Was that the question? And you just said yes or no, real quick, so I could figure out.
Women can go without it for a decent amount of time. You guys will be amazed. Now,
Look at Miss
let's talk
Taking
about
Face.
without a mate. Listen.
Look at Miss Taking Face. Stan, speak for yourself.
What I'm saying to
She
you
said
is
speak for yourself.
Mistaken has not been in a situation where she's had to. We're talking about women who've been in a situation where they've had to. Because I refuse, I mean, unless you feed into that women are just sitting here having sex, because there are people who've not been married that are not just out here having sex every so often. You know what I'm saying? So you can't have it both ways. So to be
remember, there's another part to that.
So realistically speaking, women can go without having sex for a decent amount of time. Now, would they like to? Absolutely not, but they can.
Well, if that's the case, men can too.
Mistaken. I think so. So Shan, you said this before. I don't want to. Can I say why I think you might say that that's possible and mistaken might not, or leave it alone?
Sure.
Well, we was talking about having a what you call it, and you
big
said,
O?
yeah, that could be the reason.
No.
Having a what?
No. So for me, there has to be an emotional attachment to it for me to enjoy it like that. Because like I said, I seldomly think that I'm attracted to anybody on that level. But if I have an emotional attachment to you, that'll make me want you. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, this is just me, because I'm different. I have to have an emotional attachment. I can't see myself just jumping in a bed. I've yet to meet a man, except for one, I'm sorry. I've yet, besides that one in life, to meet a man that I would be like, oh, I want to sleep with you right now on the first day. And even that one, I didn't do that. But I'm just saying, I've never met. It's not like, I don't care if I look at all celebrities, anybody. there's not one man besides one who I thought, dang, like I want to jump in the bed right now with you and just, you know. Now that doesn't mean I'm not a sexual. It doesn't mean that I don't like sex. Absolutely not, because I use my finger often. But when it comes to that urge of wanting that man right there, like I don't have that because I don't see men like that I want like that. Now I do when it comes to I see decent looking guys and I'm like, oh, then I get to know them and I have an attraction to them. So I've been in love before for sure. But most of the time it's not because I'm like, oh, I'm just lusting over him and I just gotta have his body right now. When I get to know him, that's when I gotta have him all the time.
Okay. It makes sense. It makes sense. So because you all right, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think that a man that goes a very, very long time without sex can become a dangerous man. Like he might be on edge. It affects our mood differently. Like I don't know if it's a release for testosterone or what, but
that's what I'm trying to say. I think I know for a fact that men and women don't experience it the same way, right? Our physical makeups are different, hormone balances are different. So I do get that, but I do think men and women experience kind of similar things. Like you said, you can get moody if you don't, if you don't have it in a while, things like that. Like women go through that as well.
Oh, for sure. I can agree with that to a certain extent, but look at it this way. Like we said before, if it doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. If it were just same for men and women, then why is it so many women in marriages and they're not even having sex? Why is it one of the first things that leave when you're in a marriage?
They may not be having sex with that man, because
so now you're saying most of these women are cheating.
No, and that's what I'm saying.
Finally, y'all admit it.
No, I don't believe that.
I wouldn't say all of them, but I'm saying if we look at the stats say that women cheat almost as much as there's a slight difference between that. So,
but what I'm saying to you is, if it's because a man can still want to have sex with you and not want you, right? So if that is the situation, if you have a man sitting there right beside you and you are in a marriage with, most of these people are in marriages that they don't even want to get rid of. Like they want to be married, they just don't want to have sex right now. So if it's the same for men and women, then why are men complaining that when they're in marriages, one of the first things that leave is sex?
No, I don't think that they're necessarily saying that the sex leaves is not necessarily as frequent as it was before they got married.
But right. So should it not be as frequent if you want it the same as him?
I think women want more than us, but they gotta like you. Like if she don't like you, then that's really the issue. She don't like you and she ain't attracted to you.
Some people like their husbands. Like these women will they will go crazy if their husband cheats on them. They're like, why did you cheat on me? And it's like, nigga, you ain't opened your legs in like 3 months. You know what I'm saying? But she still likes him. She just not giving it to him. And then she gets crazy when she finds out he giving it to somebody else. Like what?
So
yeah, that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you got it. I was just gonna say that. No, I was just.
So, there's like a platonic like, and women get upset about that stuff out of ego and the feeling of betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like the desire like.
Okay.
And when you like desire like your person, it's not, sex isn't going anywhere. There's no, like, obviously there's like dry spells, you have kids, somebody's traveling, whatever, life happens, we're all adults, right? But the desire is still there to have sex with your husband. The women who don't have a desire to have sex with their husband either don't like them like that, or to what I was alluding to earlier, he faked the funk on who he was being, and now she's got to figure out if she likes this person that she's now married to.
Oh, but then again, So right. So then again, that's how you differ from men, because he does not have to like you to want you to open them cheeks. He can he can separate the two. You understand what I'm saying? You like him under circumstances. Oh, he has to be desirable to me. I have to like him. What I'm saying to you is men seem to be okay with, like, it's some sitting beside me. Yeah, we just had an argument or whatever. I ain't liking her right now, but I want to hit it.
Yes and no, because some men too will refuse if they're in that state as well. Or sometimes it can be used as punishment. Like sometimes mad sex for men is a punishment on a woman. It's a different kind.
Right, but
talking
I
about
get
that.
that. Okay, so to say this argument, is it safe to say this argument then is to go back and say before, just like Harrison or whoever said, that she's got all these bodies under her belt? Because if you're saying that her drive is just as bad as just as much as his drive, then it's safe to say that they just are both out here like rabbits having sex.
No, she could have developed that drive within a relationship.
Right. So what if she's not in a relationship? Because we know that men, when they're not in relationships, they still having sex.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Enos.
So somebody had made a comment about it earlier about how, like, the toy world, when it comes to women, is like a multi-billion-dollar industry. Like,
absolutely,
just because these women are engaging in sex with a partner doesn't mean that they're not self-gratifying. So, like, the drive is still there. The need is being satiated but not satisfied. Like, it's good enough until you find someone that you can engage in sex with, right? Like, I think women's sexuality has become so taboo that a lot of women have to resort to things like that in order to help preserve a body count.
Now, I agree with that. And that's not what that wasn't my, I agree with that. I agree that even if my argument was, there are women who do go, because I don't consider a toy a sex. Like when I'm saying sex, I mean with a man. My argument was, there are women who can take breaks and go a extended amount of time without having sex with a man. If she does not have a man who does she wants, it's not like, there are some women who are just not out here sleeping with people when they don't have somebody they can. You understand what I'm saying? Because we know that women can have sex with men at any point, but they don't exercise that right. If they find themselves in a situation where they are in between men or whatever, some will sleep around, but then there's a great many who will be like, you know what, I'm not about to be just sleeping around with dudes.
Well, it also depends on too, if like you said, the sleeping around, they may not necessarily be sleeping around with a bunch of dudes, but you have some women that say, you know what, I'm not going to do anything until I get in another relationship or what have you. But then you do have others that will double back to somebody that they've already been with to fulfill that need, so they don't have to get an extra body count, but they still get
for
their
sure.
needs met.
I understand that those people do exist, but my argument was, there are women who go an extended amount of time without having sex.
I'm a say I agree, but I don't think they represent the vast majority.
Okay.
Because once you start doing it, it's hard to stop. Remember we
so
talking
that
about
so
that
so in that case, so if it's hard to stop, that means that her body count would be high.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. She, like I said, she could double back to somebody that she's already been with, or the relationship that she's no longer in. They broke up. Sometimes I don't know if y'all ever did this before, but I know, it happens. Like, where you're in a relationship, but you broke up, you're not really together, but you're still engaging in sex. You haven't totally cut everything off with that partner yet. Y'all know y'all no longer together, but y'all still are sleeping with each other. That happens a lot, like with relationships. So she may not be with anybody per se, but she's gonna double back or be with the person that she just broke up with.
Okay.
Good night. Turn off the lights. Light a candle.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know that those women do exist, but I'm just saying there are women who don't mind.
I agree.
Time. Okay.
I totally agree. I just don't, like I said, represent the vast majority.
All right, you guys. Good night.
Good night.
See you next week. See y'all.